This year, the program nurtured 43 women-founded startups from across India. Today, you will hear from the top 10 finalists from this cohort, who will compete for cash prizes of rupees 15 lakhs and for market access to Quebec in Canada. Launched in 2016, empoWer was the first tech accelerator for women entrepreneurs in India and is today the largest one with a global outlook, having grown via the association with TiE Women. The program provides mentorship, business connections, and peer networks through a multi-week accelerator program culminating in a demo day today. And over the past 7 years, has incubated over 200 women founders who have gone on to raise over $12 million through partner programs. So welcome one and all. To tell us more about empoWer and flag off the day's proceedings, I'd like to invite on stage Hemant Gupta, MD, BIL Ryerson Technology Startup Incubator Foundation. Hemant, all yours.
Thank you, Anisha. Hello. Thank you, Anisha, for you've done half my job. But welcome, all of you. This is, like Anisha said, the 7th edition of Zone Startups empoWer program. When we launched in 2016, we were the first tech accelerator program for women in India. And now, of course, there are several others who are doing a wonderful job in the same space. Over the course of last 7 years, we have grown, the program itself has grown, especially in the last 3 years, where with a partnership with TiE Women, the empoWer program has actually gone global. So we had members from the cohort pitching in Dubai a couple of years ago, and then in Hyderabad last year. The empoWer program is part of our women empowerment DNA at Zone. It is one of the initiatives that we have at Zone focusing on women entrepreneurs. We also were the organizers of the first virtual incubation program for women entrepreneurs in the middle of the pandemic, where in August 2020 we launched a program that supported 19 women-founded startups online, a 3-month incubation program that was conducted in partnership with Startup India. And to us, it's not about giving women a preference through these programs, but it's more about creating a level playing field. And I like to quote a statistic before I wrap up and let the real stars of the show get onto the stage. We have been given a seed support fund by the government of India called NIDHI SSP fund. Right, and through that we provide seed funding to our incubatees. The first 2 meetings that we had of the committee, and remember, this is an independent committee that selects the startups that will get investments. We had 16 startups that pitched, which were obviously a mix of men-founded and women-founded startups. The 4 that were selected were all 4 were founded by women, right? Competing head to head, shoulder to shoulder with their women counterparts. So I think it is not about giving a preference. I think it's about creating a level playing field, right? And with that, I'd like to invite Mr. Keith Can from the Canadian Consulate. Canada has been a partner with us right from the beginning. As Anisha said, Quebec also sponsors one startup from the cohort on a free 1-week market access trip to Montreal. And Canada has been not just a partner, but a sponsor this year of this program. So Keith, over to you. Can we give a round of applause to Keith, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to represent the Government of Canada and to work with partners like Zone Startup. By supporting those underrepresented in trade, such as women entrepreneurs, Canada strives to ensure the benefits and opportunities that flow from trade are shared more widely. This is why we are doubling down on our efforts to support and promote women-owned and women-led businesses, and why we back events such as empoWer. Canada provides great opportunities for future Indian business women leaders. As you scale up your business for tomorrow, you can consider Canada. From the robust funding available for entrepreneurs to the thriving startup ecosystem, there is a lot that Canada can offer you and your company to bring it to the next level. After all, Canada is an ideal partner and welcomes talented entrepreneurs. Women entrepreneurs represent an exciting opportunity for economic growth in Canada. In 2022, the Business Development Bank of Canada announced the launch of its $500 million Thrive Venture Fund and Lab for Women, which builds upon the success of its $200 million Women in Technology Venture Fund launched in 2017. Thrive will be the largest investment platform of its kind in the world, supporting Canadian women-led businesses to grow them and have lasting impact on the economy. In addition, through the CanExport SME funding, the Government of Canada has implemented a concierge service for women exporters, as well as a fast-track service for women-owned and businesses and women-led businesses to participate in international trade missions led by the Canadian Trade Commissioner Service. Canada has been a catalyst for technological transformation supported by industry, academia, and government. We're much more than just natural resources, tourism, and agriculture. Take a look at these facts. Canada is the second among G20 countries in attracting venture capital financing. It is the third largest video gaming industry with over 470 studios. And it's the fourth largest cybersecurity industry. And we have emerging clusters of excellence in fintech, connected vehicles, and AI. The Innovation Superclusters Initiative is one of the best examples of Canada's collaborative ecosystem and innovative nature. Supercharged with approximately $1 billion in federal government matching funds with industry, these clusters are independently managed, not-for-profit organizations that work at the speed of business and are able to capitalize on innovation and market opportunities. They're responsible for selecting and funding projects that benefit and grow the needs of their industry. Being a company in Canada, one is eligible to apply for these funds to help solve the country's greatest challenges. As part of Canada's trade diversification strategy, Canada is also pursuing a more inclusive approach to trade that aims to ensure that benefits from trade are shared more widely. Canada seeks to remove barriers to trade while mainstreaming gender-responsive provisions across our free trade agreements, including a standalone gender and trade chapters in the FTA. Canada is also served by the MyTax program, which aims to connect private and public partners together to increase the collaboration across industries. And one example of such project is Johnson & Johnson Canada, which is searching for therapeutic treatments to the early onset of scoliosis. In Canada, there's also innovation happening and moving in downtown from suburban areas to urban areas. And I want to highlight one of those innovative hotbeds that is taking place right now, which is the Mars Discovery District in Toronto, which aims to grow at this point over 1,000 young companies. In a recent survey from Mars, it showed that there was a surge of applications from international engineers and researchers, many from the US, but also with India top on its list. Did you know that over 56% of Mars startup CEOs were born outside of the country. Women are increasingly taking a leadership role. Partners in Canadian venture capital firms are twice as likely to be women than their US counterpart. As you look to Canada, the Canadian Trade Commissioner Service is here to help, and we've been helping Canadian companies export for the last 125 years. We have a network of over 1,000 trade commissioners, over 160 offices located in Canada and abroad. I represent one of 50 trade commissioners based in 8 locations across India, where we have the goal to promote trade and investment ties between Canada and India. Our trade commissioners can help Canadian businesses gain market insight, find new opportunities, connect with key contacts, and resolve business problems. As trade commissioners, we're also very eager to stay in contact with companies in India and know what is happening. So if you're interested to learn more, please connect with me. Finally, congratulations to all the women-funded startup finalists. I'm pleased to be with you today, and I look forward for more women entrepreneurs transforming our world. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much, Keith, for those insightful comments. And it's great to know what Canada is doing for the entrepreneurial ecosystem and to further the cause of innovation. So now we begin with the core segment that we are all here to witness, the top 10 winners of the empoWer program. And yes, make no mistakes, all of you are already winners, even if there will be 3 that will get the prize. Sorry, that was a very trite comment, but still had to be said. Yeah. So, I mean, in a sense, entrepreneurship is a very, very lonely and very difficult journey. Those of you who've been former entrepreneurs and are on the other side of the table now, you know what I'm talking about. And in that sense, I mean, we really think each one of you already deserves a round of applause. So please, congratulations for having made it thus far. And we hope to see you on the other side in a few years, being jury members yourselves, helping out the ecosystem one fine day. But yeah, without further ado, we'll start off with the proceedings. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce the jury members. Sonia Notani is the co-founder and CEO of Brain Gym Junior. It's an edtech startup that teaches children how to think by enabling application and problem solving. She is a strategy and marketing professional who has donned multiple hats over the last 2 decades. Listed amongst India's Fortune 40 under 40, Sonia co-founded Brain Gym Junior to strengthen children's aptitude and make them future ready, irrespective of socioeconomic backgrounds or geographies. Brain Gym Junior offers daily educational games and stories customized for children. Prior to this, she spent 12 years building India First Life Insurance, where she was founding team member, chief marketing officer, and an integral part of the leadership team. She started her career with the Aditya Birla Group and has also worked with Citibank, Reliance Life Insurance, and KPMG Advisory. She's an alumna of St. Xavier's College with an economics degree and also holds an MBA from Narsi Munji Institute of Management Studies, Mumbai. Next up, we have Sushma Kaushik. Sushma is a partner at Avishkar Capital and brings with her over 19 years of deep expertise in early growth stage investing. Sushma has worked to identify scale and exit large-scale companies, and has worked closely with several inclusive business entrepreneurs. She's an active representative on the boards of several companies like Arohan Microfinance, Utkarsh Microfinance, Rangsutra, etc. She started off with an entrepreneurial venture in engineering services and moved on to roles in investment. She's worked closely with many seed stage companies that have listed subsequently. She has a strategic leadership program from Harvard Business School and an MBA from the Indian School of Business. Beena Trivedi works with the Investment Trust of India as a partner. She was former managing partner of ILFS and has established a social growth fund while at ILFS. She was previously also with Planet Diamond Tools and helped restructure the company And prior to that was with JP Morgan Chase Advisors, responsible for completing transactions over $120 million. S. Ramaswamy is the CEO of the Chennai Angels, which is a reputed angel investment group having a diverse portfolio of over 55 companies. In his role, he oversees deal sourcing and evaluation, investment due diligence, portfolio management, and exits. Ramaswamy spent the last decade working with various startups in India in the 0 to 1 phase of building businesses, and has helped build businesses like Taxi for Sure, Ola, and Link. Prior to that, he was with R&D in Saint-Gobain in the US. Apurva Dikshit looks at all things consumer at Bloom, focusing on brands, e-commerce, and related enablers. She's been in several consulting roles at the Big Fours and has run her own business as a banker for early stage startups. She's an active angel investor and believes passionately in the founders she's invested in. Over the last 9 years, she's been working across tech, PE, consulting, banking, and photography, the latter being a side hustle. She's an engineer in electronics from MIT Pune and an MBA from IIM Lucknow. And for now, we welcome the stars of the India Grand Finale, the very inspiring and the super amazing top 10. Let's give them a big hand once again. First up, we have Nusrat J. M. Sangamitra of Cygenica. Nusrat, all yours. Thank you.
1130 deaths per hour. That's cancer death statistics. But we are not scared of death. We are more traumatized for the side effects of cancer drugs. Imagine a day when we are no longer scared of the side effects of cancer drugs. And my journey started 22 years back, because when last 22 years, this imagination and this dream didn't allow me to sleep. And that happened when I started my PhD and my dad got cancer. It fueled my passion to make cancer drugs safer and better. I am Dr. Nusrat Sangamitra, founder and CEO of Cygenica and inventor of Genie. It's a molecular nanoneedle that revolutionizes how drugs reach our cells. It's not a new drug. It's a new molecular tool that makes cancer drugs safer and better. During my postdoctoral research, I discovered a mechanism by which a negatively charged molecule can cross through the negatively charged cell membrane by drilling through it without doing any damage to the cells. And that is why do we need a new mechanism? Because by the industry standard, every drug has to reach the nucleus, and the drug delivery systems are designed as positively charged, and they go by forming a ball-like structure called endosomes. And only 2% of those drugs come out of those endosomes to reach the nucleus. And what happens then? We need loads of drugs to see the same effect. And that causes a carpet bombing effect. It kills the cancer cells as well as normal healthy cells. But as opposed to this, what Genie does is it goes through the cell membrane by a non-endocytic drilling mechanism without doing any damage. And it bypasses those endosomes. So what happens then is all those drugs are now available to go to the nucleus. This is the breakthrough, a fundamentally new way to solve the same age-old problem. What makes Genie so superior? It has 3 unique selling propositions. It's world's first negatively charged molecule that goes through the negatively charged cell membrane, bypassing the endosomes, and it is targeted. That makes it non-toxic, non-immunogenic, and with 40% less dose, we see the same effect. Due to the superior effect or properties of Genie, the benefits are unparalleled as listed here. Our technology is protected by 2 patents, which is getting reviewed in 7 countries, and US has just accepted our patent this year. Our first go-to-market first clinical asset is our novel conjugate for glioblastoma. It's a rare brain tumor, and we're working with a ex-FDA director to get a rare drug classification. That will fast track our market entry. It also promises 7 to 8x ROI. We aim to commercialize by partnering with companies who are developing oncology drugs that will facilitate our exit via either a pre-revenue IPO or a merger acquisition. You can see here, it's a high-value technology that can be projected from the past deal analysis. So far, we have raised $2.4 million, completed our proof of concept studies in mice, and now we have a $10 million funding round open. We'll use this to complete other critical studies that will take us one step further closer to our next value inflection point, which is first in human trial. Genie's cell entry mechanism has no parallel. It has never been observed in scientific literature. That's how we could get top innovation grants and attracted top-tier investors. We have been recognized globally. We have a truly internationally trained, truly global team across India and Ireland. Along with our very capable board members, we have stellar scientists in our science advisory board. Most notably, Professor Sir Fraser Stoddart, who is a Nobel laureate in 2016 chemistry. Cancer has affected all of us in one way or other. We all have watched someone battle, and that is because the therapy itself is the cause of pain, and our innovation can reduce that pain. So far, all the results that we have got supports this claim, and your investment will help turn that promise, that dream to reality. Thank you very much, and open to questions.
Questions? Hi, I have a question. I am still trying to understand, and you've made fantastic progress, and it's a very noble cause, clearly. I still don't understand why you have not been able to go to market. I don't understand the barrier that you are facing currently, because you've made the investment, you've got your patent in the US. Obviously, it is a completed offering. The drug is complete. Then what is it that is stopping you from tying up with one of the bigger medical companies or going to market? What is that one thing that's stopping?
No, nothing is stopping us because it is a completely new technology. I started just 5 years back from an idea. So as you know, for any drug to be in market, it has to go through the whole, the first thing is to complete all the preclinical studies in mice, rats, monkeys, then in human, only then it will be approved by FDA. Of course, as a small startup, it's very hard to think to get this into market by ourselves. So the ideal way, maybe the ideal way is to go through partnerships. And when I have been speaking to top pharma companies, and they of course want to see that since it's completely new, they want to see it as de-risked as possible. So the de-risking step was it should be at least working in mice. And then we just got it done now. And I guess over the few months, we'll be able to attract them for a co-development partnership. That would be our first revenue point.
Thanks. That's exactly what I was asking then.
Question on, if I understood your tech right, so with that negatively charged mechanism, you directly bypass the cell membrane and deliver the drug to where it's needed, correct?
Exactly.
So basically the problem you're solving for is being able to be more targeted with lesser drugs.
Safe and targeted. We are targeting the cell as well as targeting the intracellular target, which is nucleus.
So your USP is a method to deliver the drug.
Yeah, it's a molecule.
Sorry?
It's a molecule that does this, that crosses the cell membrane, carries drug to the right side.
And the drug is sort of, the desired drug, it can carry any drug with it,
It
correct?
can carry any drug, whether it's a small chemotherapy drug or a genomic medicine.
So it's a carrier for any drug that makes the whole thing more targeted.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay. Thanks.
Are there others developing products like this?
Yeah, as I had shown in one of the slides, where our top 5 competitors that I had listed, they're all based out of US, and 2 of them have already been IPO'd. They're little older than us, and they are all high valued. Their valuation starts from around $500 million, but they are all little ahead of our in our game. But when you are assessing a drug delivery system, you're assessing by 3 characteristics. It has to, it should not have any dose limiting toxicity. That means if you increase the dose, the toxicity shouldn't be there. It should stay inside body long enough to allow the drug to work. And this endosomes, it should bypass endosomes, or the drugs should, maximum drugs should come out of endosomes. So far, all the competitors that are there, they don't satisfy all the 3 criteria. Now, all of them actually go and come back within 1 hour. Ours stays 72 hours. That is first. The second is all of them go by endocytosis. So they get stuck in endosomes. Only one is there, which is called EEV, is their technique, endosomal escape vehicle, they call it. And they have 50% endosomal escape, but ours is 90% endosomal escape. And then the third is everybody has dose limiting toxicity except this molecule. Very strange, very interesting, because we went up to 1800 mg per kg, which nobody would ever go. And even at that dose, it is safe. So those are the top 3 criteria in which we satisfy. All of others are inferior than this.
Hi, I had one question. How far is this 10 million raise going to get you to? Is it primarily to sort of solve for all the trials, etc.? And then how much more funding would you need to actually make this thing a commercially viable product for patients to use out there?
So at this moment, we have just completed the early mice trials, and we were very much waiting because it's a completely new molecule. So it should at least work in mice. And I'm very happy to report that it is working perfectly, like much better than the free drug. Actually, our consultant, who is a ex-FDA director, as I said, he said he has never seen this kind of results, because none of the mice which were treated for brain tumor with our conjugate showed paralysis. And all other mice which were not treated, all of them showed paralysis. So at this stage, after completing these mice trials, we are raising $10 million to complete toxicity trials in rats, which is essential as per FDA's protocol. And then we have to do a monkey trial, because it's a biological molecule, it's a protein, it has to go through a monkey trial. Then we file for a IND application, investigational new drug application. Then I think it will be very attractive for the pharma partners to go for a co-development partnership. So we get some upfront payment and still keep developing. And then of course it has to go through the human trials. And for rare drug classification, and we are assured by our consultant that within 3 months we'll get a rare drug classification. And if you get a rare drug classification, the whole journey shortens to 5 years. Yeah. So within 5 years, we can come to market with partners, of course.
Yeah, understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, congratulations. My question is related to what will be the size of the sample and the timeline for you to go to just your next trial phase. And I think that will really determine the length of the life of the funding, etc. So what numbers and what kind of time period do you expect on your next stage?
So we have just opened our round of $10 million.
No, I'm not talking about the funding. I'm saying you're saying you've completed the mice stage, right?
Yeah.
And you've explained to us the percentage of success that you've gotten there. Okay. And there will be a statistical probability, etc., that you would have got from those reports. Now your second stage is with the monkeys. Now, across what number and for how long will this clinical trial on monkeys be required for you to be able to then step on to stage 3?
Yeah.
That is how
so we have got quotations from top companies who are doing these trials for us. So it takes neck to neck 27 months to complete all the trials, if everything goes all right.
do you have any idea on what sample they would be testing this drug?
We would like to try on glioblastoma tumor model. Numbers. Okay, so that will be in mice. It is 10 is the ideal number, and so we'll try mice or rats. We'll do in 10, and monkeys. I'm sorry, I don't have information.
Does anyone in the audience have questions?
Thank you so
Nusrat.
much.
Next up, we have on stage Akanksha Agarwal of Agrimoff Techno Solutions.
Thank you. Am I audible? Yeah. So water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. Good afternoon, everybody. I represent Agrimoff Techno Solutions. We are sustainably repurposing the one resource that you and I have taken for granted, wastewater. For our innovative process, we have been cleaning wastewater to generate clean water using a purely biological process. We have been recognized nationally as well as internationally for our process. Let me introduce our team to you. I am Akanksha Agarwal, the founding director of Agrimoff. I have a background in algal biotechnology. Mr. Abhilesh, who has worked globally with various MNCs and pharma companies, heads our business strategy. We have Captain Prakash, who guides us for project execution. He has 20+ years experience in the water sector. And we are being mentored by IIT Madras, the International Center for Clean Water. Let me start by explaining the problem to you. Out of the immense amounts of water that we use for domestic and industrial purposes, we waste 22 million liters on a daily basis and throw it away into our freshwater bodies. This is not only causing pollution within the freshwater bodies, but also posing a huge threat to the water scarcity and the day zero that we are already facing in many cities. Besides the water that we're wasting, we're also wasting very essential nutrients that are loaded within the wastewater. And there is an opportunity to actually capture these. So with our solution, we have brought in a nature-inspired solution. Nature treats this water using microorganisms called algae within water bodies. We bring the solution upstream. What we do is use the algal process. We have engineered it to work without chemicals. And what we're doing here is extracting valuable nutrients from the wastewater to create high-value products. What's exciting about this process is that it is a carbon negative process and releases oxygen to purify the air. We've designed it to be decentralized so that it can meet any industry or client requirement, as well as a modular approach so that we can scale it up very easily. What you see here are the three sectors, the three main problems that we are targeting. First one being how to make water available after the treatment. Secondly, how do we mitigate the financial risks involved with implementing huge water treatment plants? And thirdly, how do we make water treatment sustainable? So like you can see, we have a very low operating cost, which is 1/5 of the existing technologies. We are a truly environment-friendly solution. And what you see on the right are in fact two different designs that we have made for high-value markets and low-value markets. What's exciting is that these look like mini forests in our urban jungle, and it is odor-free, which means you walk past it, you do not know it's a water treatment solution. This is to give you a glimpse of how we are attractive also to the customer with a payback period of less than 2 years. What we offer is 3 benefits. Firstly, the cost savings in terms of the water that they recycle. Secondly, reduction in their carbon footprint. And thirdly, an opportunity to generate revenue from the algal biomass that is generated. Our journey has been exciting so far. We've been engaging with the government and international collaborators, wherein through grants, we have demonstrated our process. We have proven the technology. And very recently, the government of India has recognized us under the Amrit 2.0 initiative, where we're working with the government to scale our solution. With that, we are working not only in the domestic wastewater sector, but also with industries to provide exciting circular economies on site for the industry. For instance, the food and beverage industry and the animal farm sector is where we have started. Our ask as of today is strategic partners and customers. We require financiers towards the government projects that we undertake under the PPP model. So with this, Agrimoff is helping our generation make a positive impact towards our future. We are looking at it not just in terms of the financial impact, but also the social and the environmental impact. Thank you very much for your attention.
Questions, Julie?
So I'm going to ask you a very basic question. Who is your customer?
Right. So for domestic wastewater in India, our customer is the government, so B2G. But for the industrial wastewaters, we work B2B, so with the industries. Our target market is not just in India, but also outside, because water as a commodity is heavily subsidized in India, and therefore the revenue potential is much lower. So the same water that we're spending 10 rupees per meter cube in India, Denmark is spending 640 rupees per meter cube. So that is a more attractive market to us. But in India, the government is our customer for domestic and industries is B2B.
There must be quite a bit of competition already though, right?
Right. So our current competition in India is the conventional technologies. In fact, I don't know if I can show a slide there, but these are membrane-based technologies. The drawbacks of these technologies are, firstly, when I spoke about the odor that is caused due to nitrogen in the water, most of these technologies don't pick up nitrogen. So with a biological process that we have developed, nitrogen is the first component to be picked up. So there is no odor involved in wastewater. Secondly, these do not really combat the greenhouse gas emissions from the water. So there is a lot of ammonia that is released into the environment. That again becomes our USP. And thirdly, these conventional technologies can mostly be set up only at a particular scale. We can set up from a 2000 liter setup to even a larger scale. So those are how we differentiate ourselves in the Indian market.
Sure. And CapEx and like life cycle costs wise, how do they sort of differentiate?
Right. So CapEx wise, we are comparable to the technologies, but the operating cost is 5 times lower to them. So like I mentioned, because they do not pick up nitrogen from the waters, they have a heavy replacement and operating cost involved with the membranes. In our case, that cost reduces significantly by about 5 times.
Sure. Thank you.
Are you working in, sorry. Are you working in any specific sectors with the government, specific pollutants that you can address? And then of course, for B2B, I'm sure you'll have some kind of vertical specialization.
Right. So with the government, we're working mainly for domestic wastewater, and that has a similar composition throughout. So there is no particular component. So there is CODs and BODs that we work with. But for industries.
Just 1 second.
Yeah.
So then you circulate it and it comes back to what level? Reuse and sanitation and things like that.
Yes. So the levels that we bring it down to are actually permissible for drinking water as well. But because of the notion of, using wastewater for drinking, it is safe for discharge. So we're looking at indirect potable use, wherein you can recharge the pond with the water, but that pond is also your source for drinking water. Yeah.
The vertical specialization, sorry, I'm just sorry. For the B2B, you said for the vertical specialization, are you focusing on any particular sector or?
Right. So the sectors that we are targeting are the ones that are suffering from the nitrogen removal that is not currently being done in their effluent treatment. So we come in as a retrofit solution. First, for industries wherein the effluent treatment is already in place, we come in to pick up the nitrogen from the waste stream and create a revenue stream for the industry through the algal biomass that is generated.
Do you have any IP filed? And second, how many paid customers do you have currently?
Right. So in terms of our patent, the application has already been made. It is under review now. And in terms of paid customer, so far we've worked with 2 clients in the industrial sector, and with the government, we've worked with 2 different municipalities.
Hi, thanks so much for the presentation. If you could elaborate a little bit more on the technology. So you talked about a patent, but what is the patent for, and how difficult would it be for someone to come up with something similar once they understand, since it's going to be published as a patent? And 2, if you could also highlight some specifics on your monetization. So what are we charging for this? How much does it cost us? And what kind of margins would the business make? Thank you.
Okay, sure. So in terms of the patent, what we have concentrated on are 2 aspects. Firstly, the microorganisms that we actually use within the system. So that is something which is difficult to replicate because we have adapted them to survive from 10 degrees up to 45 degrees. So there is a range that they can survive in. Secondly, in terms of the reactors that I showed you, we have a specific reactor design that actually helps in quick treatment of the water. So so the retention time of the wastewater in the reactor has to be less in order for the throughput to be higher. So that is what we have designed, and that is what we filed the patent for as well. In terms of, I'm sorry, if you can repeat the, yeah. So in terms of monetization, so what I can give you is an estimate. So for community that is about 100 households, the unit size would be about 300,000 liters per day. That would be the unit size. And in terms of the cost, it would cost anywhere between 1.5 to 2 CR. So that would be the cost. And the operating cost, like I mentioned, for a conventional system would cost anywhere between 70 to 80 lakhs on an annual basis. We charge about 15 lakhs there.
Sorry, so you said it costs, the capex cost is 1.5 to 2 crores.
Yes.
You charge 15 lakhs. So how much does it cost you? Like, I'm trying to understand the margins the business makes.
Right. So our margin is anywhere between 15 to 18%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Any other questions from the jury? Audience, any questions? Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll try to light it up for a second. We'll ask a did you know question. Who do you think was the first female engineer at Google? Very familiar name. Does anybody have an answer? Sorry? Susan Wojcicki? No, but close, equally famous, maybe more. Marissa Mayer. Next up, we have Sonali of Krishikate.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon to all. Myself, Sonali, founder of Krishikate Private Limited. So at Krishikate, we are providing a solution for the Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Sonali. At Krishikate, we are providing solution for a farmer, marginal farmer, and we want to make them their life easier, more less expensive, and environment friendly. So the problem we are solving is during lockdown, I along with my co-founder Mr. Tukaram, we went to our hometown. We observed that intercultivation of food grain crop is carried out in the same manner which is done in early days also. Because I am from agriculture background, I saw the processes, and right now also after 20-30 years, and we don't know from how many years it is done in the same manner. But currently farmers are facing a lot more problem because there is an unavailability or low availability of labor manpower, and also there is a shortage of draught animal because everybody wants female cow, not a male cow, because it is operational. And another one problem is there is uncertainty of monsoon. monsoon came in same time in a village or for particular area, and everybody want the to fulfill the operation within a particular time only. And if it get late, then it will directly affect the yield. There are some mechanization or solution available, but they have a more expensive because one machine is only for the one operation. And also power tiller and tractors are available, but they have the limitations because we can't take them into the farm once the crop has been reached to the particular height. After sowing, we can't take them into the farm. So during lockdown, our journey started. Initially, we have developed a vehicle which is based on diesel power, petrol. Then after coming back to Pune, we got an association with COE Motion, where we get guidance from Maruti Suzuki head IV Rao, then Ashok Chandak sir, Rashmi Udoshi ma'am, and then we convert this vehicle into the electric. And now this is our solution. This is electric bell. We call it as a electric bull. We have patent granted. Then this machine can be perform the operation of sowing, then weeding, earthing of operation, and spraying operation. And also we know that the India is a very big country and there is very much diversion in land also and in crop also. So we are providing the customization also. This is a little bit about our product. So unique value proposition of this innovation is it is useful for the reduce the operational cost of the farmers up to the 20 to 50%, 70%. It has the highest ground clearance. Then it is multi-purpose vehicle, multi-utility vehicle, and it is a one-stop sustainable solution. It can be contributed in SDG 2, SDG 13, and SDG 5. Then customer segment is concerned. This will be helpful for the marginal farmers, middle income group farmers, and also large land holding. Then we have one patent granted. Then to design application, we have 5 trademarks. Our existing capacity is 25 units per month, but yesterday only we have signed an agreement, and now I am very fortunate and happy to share you that now we have a capacity of 1,000 units per month. Go-to-market strategy at Krishikate as at B2C, then B2B, and B2G. So we are looking for investment as well as your mentorship, your guidance, but this may be a little bit changed due to our yesterday's agreement. We have our vehicle testing and certification done from the NRFM TTI, HISAR. Then competitive analysis, this is axle-less vehicle. It is India's first vehicle. Then it is EV vehicle for agriculture. It has a cruise mode. Then zero-turn mechanization. It is also first in agriculture actually.
You have 20 seconds to wrap up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are very fortunate that we have got an opportunity and showcase our vehicle to our Visionary Prime Minister. Then we are the winner at National Conference and Social Innovation, and where we spend a complete day with Mashilkar sir. This is our team. These are our strategic mentor. Under their mentorship, actually our journey started before 2 years, and right now we are here in front of you. So actually I'm very happy to show you that this vehicle, this is our pictures from the customer actually. Yeah, it's all about Krishikate. Now I'm open for the question answer.
Any questions?
I take it you do not wish to disclose the entity with which you've entered your agreement, and that is fine. It's happened only yesterday. But will the same manufacturing agreement also help you to distribute your product, to sell your product?
Selling is marketing and selling is our actually. We have. Sorry. Yesterday we have the agreement we have signed. It is means contract manufacturing hybrid.
Got
Actually.
it.
Yeah.
Got it. And you will continue to do the marketing.
Yes, yes, yes.
So you're going from 25 a day, you said, no, 25 a month to 1,000 a month.
Yeah.
So have you put any idea into how you will push the marketing? Because that is going to be critical, right?
Yeah, actually, we have government orders, ma'am, from Rajasthan and Maharashtra government. There are various government schemes also. And without spending a single penny on marketing, we receive almost 3,000 to 4,000 farmers inquiries directly to us. So we don't have capacity earlier. So 1,000 is our target, but initially we will go by step, because 25 or to 1,000, it is a big journey.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you share something about the margins and what do you sell this for? What do you make this for?
Yeah, actually our cost, manufacturing cost is, we have 30 to 35% margin right now. Yeah, and for the end user, it costs 2,40,000. Yeah.
So just to add on to that, what is the competitor product cost, which is today probably either hand driven or it is machine driven, but
Yeah.
or motor driven? What does it cost?
Today, actually, in the market, there are power tillers are available, but they have, our patent is that axle-less vehicle. They have, right now the solutions are available in the market. They have the limitations because we can't take them into the farm after sowing has been done. Then again, they are all diesel based. So diesel and EV, we are the first in EV.
So I agree. So assuming you had to use 2 or 3 different things to do the same purpose, which you are putting into one, that's what I understand. You said they need 2 or 3 different machines to solve for the same thing that you are solving with one machine, and you are EV and they're diesel. What would be the cost of those machines? What I'm trying to understand is, what is the motivation of the farmer?
Yeah.
In terms of shelling out a different amount of money?
Okay. One machine, it costs around 1 lakh, 1.5 lakhs, and this is for the one operation only. So this machine can pop, we just have to change the attachments, implements of the single vehicle. And we are providing all the implements also with that cost, 2,40,000.
See, a couple of questions.
Yes.
No, building onto that, right? If you look at harvesters, even sometimes tractors, there are high capex, 5 lakhs, 6 lakhs types, often rented by others.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
Now, who's the customer? Is this machine, which is an all-rounder machine, right, at 2.4 lakhs? What sort of, are you looking at a tractor owner, somebody who can afford a tractor to buy this and then use it, like a 5-acre farmer, 10-acre farmer? Who can afford this? Will he buy it, or is more of it'll be a rental type of thing as well?
Actually, there are 2-3 options. The farmer can have, if a farmer have a 5-acre land, he can buy it also. Then there are FPO, APC, farmer producing company, then KVKs are also there. They are taking it and they rent it out to the farmers who don't have the capacity to buy it. And also farmers have, government has the so many, we can say that subsidies or policies for the farmers. They are providing almost 60, 70 to up to 90% subsidy on that. So farmers have to put only 10 to 40% of total cost.
Okay. Okay, fine. Thanks.
Yeah.
Do we have some?
Yes. Market.
Machine seems to be very high.
Yeah.
Right? How do you justify cost effective from farmers' angle?
Okay. As per the DBT portal of government, there is 10 to 11 CR farmers. There may be number is higher, but as per the government record. And the farmers who have the capacity, they can buy it. And other organization, they can rent it out. Government can provide the subsidy also. And ROI is only 1 year because farmers have to sowing. After sowing, he has to introduce the labor. For the weeding, he has to do the weeding for the 2 to 3 times during one crop cycle only. And in India, almost we are using there are 2 crop cycle, or in some cases there are 3 crop cycle. So sowing, then 2 to 3 times weeding. Then earthing up operation is very major operation, and it is only done by the drought animal. And right now there is very less number of drought animal. So this operation is missing. What happened when there is excess rain, the valley created, it helps to move out the water, and the soil added, it helps the crop to contain or to hold the moisture. So this directly affects the 20 to 25% yield production, rise in the yield. So this is missing actually right now because of the drought animal unavailability. And for the spraying also, farmers have to, the farmers don't have a capacity, big capacity. So he has to carry the 25 liters, 30 liters sprayer tank on his back. So it is also very ergonomically, or it is harmful to the farmer. So ROI is only 1 year. He can do his own work also. He can use it as a renting model to the nearby farmers also. So after doing the 4 or 5 farmers work, he can easily 2.4 lakhs is covered in within 1 year. Yeah. Actually, this spraying is we have do this for this only, and this spraying we just have to show the vehicle have the operation to the front spraying, then side spraying, and then height spraying also up to 6 to 7 feet. We can spray it with that vehicle.
I think his question was different. I think he said that hiring a drone seems to be cheaper for spraying.
Sorry.
How does
Sorry.
your question?
Yeah. I think I have missed. Our next version means soil protection, then weed management and drone management also we have included. In coming days, you can see that also with align with this vehicle. So,
no, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for listening.
No, I don't know about you guys, but I mean, typically when one hears the word women's entrepreneurship program, you tend to think, okay, there's going to be like a bunch of fashion startups and a bunch of food startups. It's great to see that these are all deep tech startups that are actually solving key real problems that India has. So again, all the best, women. Next up, we have Parini Kapadia of Zero Cow Factory.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Just imagine a future of food production without dependency on any animals and even plants. And microorganism can produce food for us. How sustainable will be the future to feed 10 billion people by 2050? Welcome to Zero Cow Factory. I am Parini Kapadia, founder and chief scientific officer. Zero Cow Factory is Asia's first precision fermentation company to produce animal-free milk proteins and dairy products. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Shall I start beginning? Okay. Hi, everyone. Just imagine a future of food production without dependency on any animals and even plants. And in future, microorganisms can produce food for us. So how sustainable will be the future to feed 10 billion people by 2050? Welcome to Zero Cow Factory. Zero Cow Factory is Asia's first precision fermentation company to produce animal-free milk proteins and dairy products. Unfortunately, due to the growing demands of the meat and dairy industry, we humans have overproduced 1.5 billion cattle on this planet. Today, traditional animal agriculture is one of the major leading contributors for the greenhouse gas emission, and it also leads to the wastage of natural resources, for example, arable land, energy, and water. Flip side of the animal agriculture is that in the world, 70% population are lactose intolerant. Today, the plant proteins are available in the market, but they have different challenges in terms of the nutritional and functional properties. So what is the solution? Solution is a precision fermentation. We produce nature identical milk protein in lab environment using bioengineering the microbes and precision fermentation. Our entire patented process, there are 4 different steps. First is the selection of the cow breed. So we have selected one of the most premium A2 milk producing cow, that's a Gir cow. So we have identified the particular gene segment which is responsible for the milk protein production in cow, and we synthesize those gene segment in lab and integrated into the microorganism. So after that, those microorganisms are able to produce the milk protein in a similar way like the traditional cow. Precision fermentation allows us to produce the milk protein at a larger scale. Then there is a purification of the protein. So after all these steps, we are ready with our targeted milk protein in a raw form, and we can formulate any kind of the food product, for example, cheese, yogurt, ice cream, etc. We have started our journey in early 2020, and we got the first breakthrough, that is the world first animal-free A2 milk protein in 2021. Then we have started working on to the 3 milk proteins. We have already moved from the lab scale to the pilot commercialization scale, that is the 250 liter fermentation capacity. And our plan is to reach the 10,000 liter capacity within a year. Currently, we have filed 42 patents and expecting to have 9 patents by 2026. So our all products are certified by the NABL accredited lab. So we are B2B company as a mass protein ingredient supplier across dairy, food, CPG, nutraceuticals, as we know that protein is required everywhere. We have signed different level of agreement with the global food company like a Nestle, Pascual, Leprino Food, and few others. And we have tons of partnership interest from the Fortune 500 global companies you can see on the screen. We are the young company from Asia, but we compare ourselves with the global competitor like the Perfect Day, Remilk, Formo, and few others. Out of all these companies, only Perfect Day is in commercialization with the one of the whey protein and have raised $750 million USD. But how we are different? We are the first and only company working on to the A2 milk protein. We are the first and only company working on Bos indicus cattle. So our all IP is protected across them. And we are targeting the first company for the commercialization of activity of the casein protein in an animal-free space. Team is important. So I came up with the 10+ years of research experience in the same field, and I'm managing entire product developmental side. Soil is a founder and CEO, and Zero Cow Factory is a third venture for him. Collectively, we have a very good technology team and advisor from global VC firm, food and dairy company, government agencies, and academia. We were selected for some of the program like a Milcubator in Spain, Mass Challenge in Switzerland, Plug and Play in USA. We have received some of the major grant like a Birect Big Grant, TiE from MITI, and the grant from the Singapore government, and other recognition you can see on the screen. So within a 2 year, we have closed our seed round. That is the highest seed round in India by any biotech company for the product and research development, that is cross 34 CR from the Deep Tech Fund from the India, US, Hong Kong, Australia. And now we are raising USD 20 million, which is close to the 160 crore. And we have already commitment of the 100 CR. And this fundraise help us to achieve the 3 milestones. First is the mass commercialization of the 4 animal-free protein. Then then the first launch of the animal-free casein protein and at least available into the global countries. Thank you, and please join us in mission to feed 10 billion people by 2050. And we would like to disrupt the new market, that is the 290 billion by 2035 in a sustainable way by first mover advantage. Thank you.
I have a question. So when you say B2B2C, is your milk being repackaged by some of these partners and sold directly, or is it being used as an ingredient in the other products that they have?
Can I repeat it?
When you say B2B2C, you had mentioned both B2B and B2B2C as the revenue models.
Yeah.
So is your milk being repackaged by some of these partners like Nestle, etc.? There were a bunch of names over there, a bunch of big names over there. Is it being resold as milk, or is it being used as an ingredient, etc.? What is the primary usage?
Okay, so currently we are not targeting to produce the milk using this technology, because when we see the composition of the milk, 90% is a water, but remaining 3% is a protein, then animal fat, then other micronutrients are there. So today technology allow us to produce only the protein, but the fat and all are not possible using this technology. We also working on to produce the fat using this technology, but in future, maybe within the 5 to 10 years, you can see the animal-free fat also. So currently our major focus is on to the animal-free milk protein, and we would supply this big giant, to this big giant as a protein ingredient supplier.
Sure, and they're using it for their global supply, as in all over the across different countries, they're using it as an ingredient.
Sorry?
Your partners,
Yeah.
Nestle, etc., all the larger FMCG firms that you have mentioned, they're using your product for their global supply, not just India.
No, we are targeting the global supply chain.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, can you shed some light on the cost of producing this in equivalent terms with the current setup? You're providing protein, right? So protein comes from milk in a certain way. So if I were to use your new way of new protein and make cheese with it versus my existing way, what is the change in my cost?
Okay, so basically when we compared our protein with the traditional protein, what the protein comes from the milk. So basically in milk, along with the protein, there is a lactose, antibiotic, growth hormones are there. And in market, whatever the traditional proteins are available, that purity range is between the 30 to 70%. And in our protein, you can achieve the 95% purity. So we are providing the 95% pure animal-free milk protein. There is no other elements are there. And the cost-wise.
Yeah, so that's the benefit, right? You're providing certain benefit. So what is the denominator? Am I paying more, or if I were to be a buyer of your protein?
Yeah. So
yes, more benefit, I understand. Is it coming at more cost?
Yeah, so basically cost-wise means at the global level, there are 2 companies are available who are producing the proteins or other component using these 2 technology. One is a Perfect Day and other one is a Impossible Food. And their production cost is the $150 USD per kg. And they are doing the manufacturing in USA. But our cost is that the pilot commercialization is the $100 USD per kg, and we are targeting to down this cost up to USD $20 by 2025, because we are working on some of the new strategy and new microorganism that can help us to achieve this lowest cost.
Is this entirely lab-based, or do you need to work with dairy farmers to get this kind of an output?
No, it's a completely lab-based protein.
And you've done all the checks to see whether it's fit for human consumption?
Yes, we
also?
have already done this safety and allergenic testing and stability testing at a lab scale now, and we are now doing this testing like the subchronic testing, then the toxicology testing. So we are under that particular process, but we have done some laboratory tests, and during that particular, we got that our protein is safe to consume.
Is there any certification that this requires?
Yeah, so we have the certification from NABL accredited lab.
Does the just one more question. Does the end consumer get to know that the product that they're consuming was made using something that has actually been produced in a lab and not from an animal?
Yeah, so basically, when we, let's say example for the cheese, if we tie with some of the company who co-produce the cheese with our protein, so in particular that labeling, there is a term is like that protein comes from the animal-free space. So there is an animal-free protein. Yeah, so consumer aware about means where the protein comes.
Thanks. Yeah.
So just a very elementary question to make sure that I even understood the basics here. So this is essentially a culture technology, right? That you're kind of synthesizing the milk that you get from the animal and then you kind of growing it in the lab, is the way I understood. So is there a life to that culture, or will at some point the source of milk not be required? How does it work? Like synthetic diamonds is at some point you don't need the source. This is
can I please repeat it?
You are for now sourcing your molecule from the cow's milk.
Yeah.
Right. So, and then you synthesize that in a lab, you put it under culture and then kind of extract the casein, the lactose, the protein, etc. out of it. Okay. That I think there is a commercialization challenge around it from taking it to lab to commercialization, but that is very cliched and that'll happen. I'm trying to understand at how much dependence will you need on the source animal, the cow, or at what stage will you just keep kind of synthesizing the protein inside the lab? How does the process work at a very elemental level?
Yeah, definitely, sure. So basically in our process, we even harm or we even touch the animal. Basically, the DNA code or the gene synthesis, whatever we have identified, it's a completely the computerized. There are database and some of the research we have done, and then those particular molecule we have synthesized in the lab.
In the interest of time, let me interrupt you. So you've extracted that and you've created that. You created.
We don't extracted that particular molecule from the cow. Basically, there is a bioinformatics tool is available for such kind of the work. Using that particular tool, we have identified the gene segment and then synthesize. There are now technologies available.
So it's totally synthesized.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So there is no dependence on the cow. Okay. All right.
So I have again, a consumer facing question in terms of customer facing question. You mentioned that you've raised a very big seed round already and you are now lab tested and ready. And you mentioned you've got confirmed interest from users, but have any of them used your product in their product and is it in the market?
Sorry, come up.
Sorry?
Can you please repeat?
Is your product used by any of the big brands you mentioned or any brand you mentioned and is used for consumption in the market yet?
No, currently we are into the B2B partnerships and you know that B2B partnerships takes long time. So currently we are doing some of the research analysis and all that. And for the marketing of the product, you require the food regulatory approval. And nowadays only 4 countries allow for such kind of the product. First is the USA, Singapore, Hong Kong and India. So now we are going to file the regulatory approval next month for these 4 countries.
And what is the anticipated timeline to get that approval?
Okay, so for Singapore, they will take around 3 to 4 months. USA will take 1 year. Hong Kong will take around 3 to 4 months and India will take 1 year time.
We have time for one last one. So
we
essentially
have like half a minute, so one quick question.
Just one question. The user will compare it to what he gets from the cost of the milk, right? Essentially, he was getting it from the milk and then the processing that was happening versus your process where no milk is used, but the cost differential will be a material element because casein and whey and all of those products are used in fairly large quantities by all of these food manufacturers.
Okay, so basically casein and the whey, so you are asking about the traditional way.
No, I'm talking about the cost.
Costing. Okay, so as I
Traditional milk product, right? That is what will be the.
Okay, so when I compare the traditional milk proteins like a casein and the whey, so they come up in the market means purity in the range of the 30 to 70%, and we are providing the 95% pure protein, and their cost is around the somewhat means based on the purity, it's in the range of the $50 to the $70 kg, and our cost is the $100 per kg.
Very quickly, sorry, just one last question. You talked about the efficiency, I mean, 90%. So is there any certification that we've got to validate that just yet?
Yeah, so we have certification from the NABL accredited lab. So you got to know about the what is the purity of and what are the other components are present in our protein.
Okay, all right, got it, thanks.
Thanks so much, Parini. Next up, we have Sukanya Dikshit of Rehab Technologies.
The laser pointer. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sukanya Dikshit, representing Rehab Technologies Private Limited, and we are one among the top 75 most innovative startups of India, recognized by the Government of India last year. I think primarily because innovation has now reached every field of medicine, be it dental health, mental health for that matter, or any form of primary health. But the only industry that's been left behind so far is the rehabilitation industry. That's because there's completely no data driving rehabilitation and injury recovery as of now. And that's exactly why it takes a very long time to recover from injuries, is very expensive. And even after you recover, you have some form of constraint in your movements because there is no data or insight driven rehabilitation that's happening in the industry today. When we dug deeper into the problem, we discovered that the numbers are huge. The amount of spending that goes on sports injuries is huge across countries, across the world. And we decided that this is $1 billion healthcare problem, which obviously we couldn't just walk off. So we decided to do something about it. Also, a lot of it is inspired by our own personal struggles. I'm wearing the device right now. It's a smart insole, which is AI powered, and slips into your shoes and converts it into a movement analysis lab. So you can see as I move, you can see the pressure patterns, the gradients, which give you a lot of medically relevant information. Just like sweat, saliva are important medical biomarkers, your walking pattern is also an equally relevant biomarker, which has been ignored so far. So let's move on to what all we can do with the device. One device with multiple possibilities. There are 13 medical use cases that have been verified in our pilot so far. And we are currently concentrating on one particular aspect, which is the sports market or improving athletic training. So we are currently focusing on going into a niche market, which is the sports market. What we can do essentially now, this is where it becomes very interesting. So we have developed a system to actually get data from this device and use it for customizing your footwear, be it orthotics, be it customized shoes. And we are currently running a pilot with one of the shoe chains of India. I won't be able to reveal the name, but we've so far seen very accurate results. In action, we are already selling our devices to sports academies and sports medicine departments of hospitals. And it goes for $250 a pair with a 15% net margin for us. In between is the data, which is again, I think a very good revenue stream for us going forward. We are still exploring that option. If you look at the total market in India itself, spending in running oriented sports is increasingly becoming higher. It's a $5 billion market only in India. And we are targeting to capture at least 10% of it in our first 3 years of operations as a wearable health tech product. So if you look at the competition, we have indirect competition from smartwatches, which do not provide as much movement related data as they should. And this particular device is more intensive and provides you much more data. We do have some direct competitors across the world, a couple of them. But when we did a comparative analysis in terms of the offerings, hardware as well as software specs, we do have some brownie points. We can come to the details later on. We have so far been successful in selling our device across the last 4 months to Nanavati Hospital in Bombay, Nexus Daycare Surgery Center, speed skating academies and universities for research. We have 2 patents pending and 1 granted. We are increasingly focusing on R&D because that's what we feel will increase our impact, in reaching more and more audience. And therefore, our operational plan over the rounds of funding looks something like this. By the second round of funding, which is our seed round, we hope to enter the high margin preventive healthcare and mass markets, which is where I think the more traction comes from for us. Moving on, to do all this, we have built a very cross-disciplinary team of engineers. I am myself a graduate of IIT Roorkee. Anshuman is from IIT Kharagpur. And Dr. Vishwal is almost an Olympic skater. That's another story, we can take it later. But we also have Dr. Ali Irani on board, who is the first Indian sports physio for the Indian cricket team. And of course, we have other members as well. As an exit strategy, we see highly viable merger and acquisition prospects with companies in the wearable tech or the shoe space. And our ask currently, we have opened our pre-seed round is 80 lakh INR. We have already been able to raise certain grants from the government of India through the seed fund scheme, the Ministry of Electronics funds, and we have been supported by international organizations such as the Swiss government, as well as UN Women, and through the Samriddh Accelerator program by Zone Startups as well. Thank you so much for the opportunity. We are going to spend majority of our ask in production and marketing. And I hope that this 50 lakh becomes 65 lakh after this event. Thank you so much. It's a new category, new product, and therefore we are asking for all the help we can. Thank you so much.
Hi, Cygenica. Thanks so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
I'd love to know more about the technology in terms of how, so what is the patent around? And if you could elaborate in terms of what is the moat, so how easy would it be for someone else to replicate something?
Absolutely. Like this? So the patent is around the sensor architecture. It's not that easy to replicate because of the different dimensions. Even I would say 1 nanometer of size cannot be replicated very easily. Even if you try to reverse engineer it, it's a black box technology. So very difficult to reverse engineer. We have built it that way. And so what you see over here is the main unit. It's an embedded system completely inside the wearable. And therefore, we think it will be difficult to replicate this as well. And the patent is majorly around the sensor architecture as well as the algorithms that we have developed for getting the data.
Do we have any validation in terms of the data being accurate? So any tests done with any gate labs?
So we have done this product development in collaboration with IIT Kanpur. The National Center for Flexible Electronics is working with us, and we have verified data to prove that this has a 98% accuracy in terms of the sensors.
Oh, thanks.
So I have a question around you said you're targeting the sports market initially.
Yes.
I would like to understand why, because you've also mentioned your current access to be medical.
Absolutely.
So just trying to understand why are you
to build capacity, ma'am, honestly, because sports is where the margins would come from. And health is not a very good margin market as of now, but eventually as we get there with more and more AI ML and we are able to robustly prove that this does happen, and then we require the US FDA, of course. That itself is a very big process and will require some amount of capital. So that's why we are targeting sports and then eventually into the healthcare market.
So just taking it one step ahead, how do you intend to target sports? What are you doing to target sports? Why do you believe
Absolutely.
That will be open? Why do you think it will work immediately? Or
right.
What is your foot in the door, literally?
Right. Our foot in the door literally is, ma'am, we have recently partnered up with Sketches. Whatever marathons and walkathons happen in Bombay, you will probably soon see us building pop-up stores on the road to, create awareness around why this is so important. Because pedobarography, the field of medicine is known as pedobarography. It's a very non-existent, thing in India. Even podiatry is not a field of medicine taught in India, So it will take us some time to create that awareness. And I think partnering up with brands which are more and more into active wear, fitness, lifestyle. So I think that will be a step in the door.
So is this an add-on that any customer has to buy, or does it?
So it can be both, ma'am. Like I said, it can be slipped into any shoe as an add-on, or if there's a company who wants to integrate it with their system itself, we can do that as well. So it all depends on, yeah.
How do you intend going about it, right? Like,
so as of now, we want to keep it as a standalone product, definitely, because we do want to establish our own brand, and maybe eventually we hope to scale up and make the cost come down to. So right now it's 20,000 plus taxes. Our approximation is with the seed round, we'll be able to make it 8,000 plus taxes, which is comparable.
MRP.
Yeah, MRP, which is comparable to that of a smartwatch. So we do see ourselves as a D2C brand eventually, introducing the next generation wearable sort of thing. So we have built run labs. In fact, there's one in Andheri that we are just building up now, where you can just come in, get your running and walking analysis done. And, that's it. You pay a small fee for it.
Just a follow on. So you covered it briefly during the presentation, but if you could highlight which sports are we targeting and what kind of insights would they get
Absolutely.
from that sport?
So I think if you could just show, ma'am, the app, the kind of parameters that we are showing. So anything from running primarily, because it displays your pressure patterns. So let's say you have a decelerated form of running, it will give that to you, and you can immediately trace back and improve your running form. Secondly, I think high jumps, long jumps, we have gamified the sports also. There's a game feature which you can utilize to train yourself for different forms of sports. So ranging from long jumps, high jumps, to weightlifting, anything of that sort. So it is applicable across a range of sports, ma'am. Thank you.
How did you assess the size of the market again?
So we've assessed it using data from the Indian Association of Physiotherapy and the Rehab Council. So it says the total number of runners in India. Athletics Federation of India also, we have used their data to come up with a number that this is the total amount of spending on running oriented gadgets. If we could just put up the slide once again. I don't know if that's possible. Okay. Yeah, we'll get to it now. So.
Do we have any more questions?
It's a bottom-up analysis, essentially, ma'am, it's, yeah. Any other questions? Happy to take a few questions from the audience. Yes, yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely, sir. We'll definitely explore that option. Thank you so much for the suggestion. It's sorted here. Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So we'll take an extremely short coffee break, 10 minutes, and be back here at 3 sharp. We unfortunately, 4 sharp. Unfortunately, regulations don't allow us to bring food back here. So please have your coffee in the room adjoining and be back here in 10 minutes so that we can.
What is your certificate? It's a okay. It's a system super interface. And if you have so one of the things that we will let you know by say what is the there's a sign up sheet of the registration.
Two shout outs to the founders in the audience. One, if you're not amongst the 10 already pitching, there's an open mic session that you can sign up for that happens at 7 p.m. Please sign up on the sheet at the registration desk. And the second, we have an open deck bus tour of Bombay tomorrow morning for founders only. If you're interested, please again, let us know.
Hello. Thank you.
Hello.
लोकल बंद करू शकतो लोकल बंद एक मिनिट अरे लोकल येते येते येते
Hi Harshita. Hi Shivali.
You're on mute.
You both are on mute. Can you unmute them?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Wait, let me see. No concept. Okay. Okay, good. Yeah. Hi, a very good afternoon. And I'm so sorry we are running late on the time. Okay. I don't know whether you have heard Pehla Wala conversation or not. Okay, nice. So what we can do is, we are running at least 30 minutes late, and Kanika is one who would be pitching next 5, I guess. Okay. So please prepare accordingly. Shivali, you are 9th on the list, and Harshita, you're 10th on the list. Okay. But we would try to wrap it up as soon as we can.
Okay. So after Kanika, there is Jay Bharti, and then no. So after Kanika, it's me who's there.
No. The updated list that I've shared in the WhatsApp group.
Yeah. So after Kanika, who's there?
Jay Bharti is there.
Then
Sujarita, yes, from BBox.
Got it. So there are 2 contents. Oh, got it.
Three. After Kanika, including Kanika, 3.
Okay. Got it. Yeah.
So please bear with us, and I'm done. Okay. And now we are going back with this. Okay. See you.
So just last one question. We'll be able to share the screen, right?
Yes. That will be done.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye. And you can see on live till the YouTube link that I'll share to you.
Please fill up the open mic sheet at the registration. Also, we are headed out tomorrow to look at some of the sites of Business Bombay. So if you'd like to join us tomorrow morning from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, please indicate that on the sign up sheet as well. Thank you so much. Okay. I think I'll have to call upon Netra. Come in and get everybody back in their seats. No. Guys, we have a founder that's like very impatiently waiting to pitch. So please, can we all take our seats? No, we've all been there. No, precisely. No. I think fine. We're just beginning. Okay. Let's just assume I made all the standard trite comments about having had your coffee, etc. We'll call on stage Kanika from MindPeers, who's been waiting very patiently for the last 10 minutes. Thanks so much.
No worries. I think we'll wait. Don't count this in my 5 minutes. People settling down should not be in my 5 minutes. Sorry. Yeah, it's my bottle. Okay. Koi baat nahi. I hope I don't cough. Cool. Wait, don't start, huh? We're all awake. Are we all awake? Cool. It's a very interesting topic, irrespective of whatever happens. So I just want you guys to be awake. We're all there? Okay, now you can start. All right. So today we are talking about MindPeers. The thing is, this planet is made of 8 billion people, and all 8 billion people have mental health. And unfortunately or fortunately, we guys are the most depressed country in the world. Yet, we are not ready to understand the science of mind. Why? Because we cannot measure it just the way we measure our physical health. We have not understood that physical and mental health are related. And I'm not saying this, WHO said that. Last year, millennials and Gen Z, 80% of them went through cardiac arrest, diabetes, and things like that because of psychological issues, not physiological issues. Hence, the solution, MindPeers. We have built a deep tech, gamified mental wellness tracker Two things you need to know about MindPeers. First, we are making the measurability of mental health possible. And second, we build in-house neuroscience games, which means we are taking science very seriously and we are also taking numbers very seriously. Let's understand how does our product work. So it's a deep tech product. It's available on app. The person comes and the first level is you go through a clinically validated mental strength test, which my in-house behavioral researchers have made. That's the first level. The NLP kicks in, understands about the person, gives them the result. The second level comes in. What is in the second level? It's the tools that we guys have built. These tools include games, journals, lot of fun, stress, psychological safety things to do. So basically, the NLP is now understanding the behavior of the person when they're interacting with the tools. The third level, which is the beauty that India is doing for the first time for the entire world, you can connect your wearables, your Google Fit, your Apple Health, your nutritional apps, your financial apps, and we tell you, because of all that, how is your mental health getting affected? And in return, we throw back nudges. So if I know that someone is not exercised for 6 days, because of which their serotonin or endorphin level is less and their stress levels have gone up, we throw back a nudge to their physical healthcare app, whatever they are using to track it. Yep. Oh, wait. This is just some snapshots of how the app looks like. What is a rev model? We're an early stage startup. We're making money out of 3 things. B2C users can come and subscribe. It's a freemium model. You pay 350 rupees every month to get the insights and to use the tools. If you want to take therapy, we have some 400 plus psychologists, which is charged for separately. The second model is B2B. Currently, we work with some 25 plus corporates and clients and government bodies who are using this for their employees. But the biggest model that we're going for is the pseudonymized data licensing model. Currently, we work with pharma companies. We work with insurance companies who get data trends from us every month. These are confidential data trends to tell them how they can reduce their claim cost, how they can prepare better in their R&D for depression, anxiety medics, and all of those things. So this is just the insights that we give, how we are making the measurement possible. This is what HRs and pharma companies get. These are psychological safety trends, behavioral healthcare trends that we are giving them. We have 32,000 monthly active users. We are making about 30 lakh MRR at the moment. And this is going to become 60 lakh next month. I'll show you shortly how. We are signing a lot of clients weekly now. And we already have, I think this is my old deck, but we have signed some 33 lakh worth of contracts just in 2 days. And that's how we get to 60 lakh next month. Well, I'm a second-time entrepreneur. I was based out of Singapore for 14 years. I exited my first business. Before that, I was with Google and Microsoft. My co-founder takes care of product aspect. He was from Class Plus. Our entire clinical product team is based out of Canada, all in-house. Our technology is all, again, in-house in India. And we have chief psychology officer, etc. Currently, we are 28 full-time employees with about 450 to 500 psychologists spread across Southeast Asia and India. We have raised 1 million until now. Some of you might have watched us last week. We were at Shark Tank, where we got 4 sharks who funded us. Before that, we had Goodwater Capital, Venture Catalyst, 100X, and angels from Google, Unilever, JLL, etc., who had joined our previous round. That's about it. I'm open for questions. Yeah.
So my first question is, what are you priced at?
What we're priced at?
Yeah.
Consumer pays 350 rupees in India to use the digital tools and to use the insights. Someone from outside pays 1,500 rupees. So for outside customers, it's 1,500 rupees per month. Therapy is determined by the psychologist. We take 20% commission out of that. For B2B, it's a retainer and employee sized model. So for example, right now we work with, let's say, Myntra. They pay us about 2 lakh per month for 2,000 employees.
Okay, and what's your current split from B2B to B2C?
So currently we're at 60% B2C, 40% B2B. Now we are completely moving towards B2B because the product has become robust. We have gotten our journals and everything has been published out of APA, etc. Our impact reports have come in. So clinical validation all has happened. And now we have opened ourselves to B2B. So B2B started just 2 months back and we signed 1-year retainers with all our clients.
So how does the B2B revenue model work out? You have a fixed retainer for a set number of employees across the organization. Yes. And then for the therapy, is there still a hook there? Or
that's separate. So retainer works according to number of employees. So if let's say you fall under the bracket of 500, like 0 to 500 employees, it's a certain set of retainer. Similarly, so we have made packages in that way. It's a SaaS pricing model basically. Sure. If it's therapy, you have to pay separately. And in the retainer, you only have the digital platform subscription, which is subscribed for the employees.
And when do you expect to get profitable by going by your current last 2 days numbers?
Great question. I'm waiting for that too. So we're gross profitable overall right now, and our margin is 44%. And in 4 months' time, because the previous business was absolutely net profitable as well. So we are building towards that. Currently with 60 lakh monthly revenue that we're going to hit next month, we need just 5 more months because we're expanding internationally right now. So at least according to my projections, within 5 months, we guys will be net profitable.
And then on the international side, you'll go B2C or B2B?
B2B.
B2B again?
B2B. B2C, just to mention, B2C is growing organically for us. Our CAC in B2C is 0 rupees, right?
Can you share some adoption metrics of how these customers of yours, not the B2B, but the B2B2C customers using this app?
Okay, so I would say average adoption for us right now is 45%. What does 45% over here means? That let's say if I'm talking about 100 people using the app in a month, 45% of them are active users and paid users. Active users means they are spending on an average 300 minutes on the platform, right? But if we look at track-wise or, different product-wise, therapy uptake is only 15%. Our platform uptake, which is the neuroscience games that we build or the tools that we have built up, they have about 60% uptake.
Thanks, Kanika. Just building on that. So you said 45% of the users that use it are active. So how many actually convert from the employees? So X number of employees that are with the organization, how many actually convert to start using the app?
If you have X number of employees, you're paying me for all the X.
Correct. And of that, you're saying 45% use
Yes.
the app? Lovely.
Yes. And we've gone above the actual EAP benchmarks. And the reason for that is, a lot of people ask me, it's a lot of clinical stuff, but we guys have gone after positive psychology methodologies, which no one in India is doing right now. We've brought it from Western psychology. So that's why we see that there is a lot more engagement because we're not telling the person, hey, you're anxious or you're stressed. We're telling the person, how can you, you're here, how do we get you here now? How do we make you a hero now? So that's how we work it out.
And so how long do they retain then? So you're saying, suppose they sign up because HR or whatever might have pushed for that. Then how long do they retain on the app?
Great question. So therapy, you have an average, I would say, cohort. It works about 67%. I'm telling you a 6-month cohort. For our digital app right now, we're working at about 55 to 60% 6-month cohort. But it's a chicken and an egg problem because we're introducing a lot more tools. There is a time right now when people say, hey, I've played everything, I've done all the tools, I have my insights, give me more stuff to do. So it's a chicken and egg problem there. So that's why we're building more on the product. Yeah.
Any?
Yeah. Yeah. No. So what happens is there are two aspects to it. Any user who comes onto our platform, we guys are MHA 2017 compliant and we're HIPAA compliant, which basically means whatever you are doing on the platform will never be shared with anyone. So if Kanika is saying that, you know, she's overthinking, she's doing all of these things, my employer will never know what Kanika did. What these employers are getting is trends, and these are pseudonymized trends. So confidential information never gets revealed. So the information that they get is in the form of demographics, female, male, what is the percent? What is the age? How are the different functions doing? Are there more females complaining of, let's say, stress problems because of which they are not reaching, let's say, leadership positions? So these are the kind of trends that we are giving.
Are you also going to disclose how many of them are optioning for therapy?
To the employers?
Yeah.
No. So we only tell them the clinical insights that have come out. We tell them the utility report, but we will never tell them that, hey, this employee or ex-employee is taking these number of therapy sessions. We generally cannot do that according to MHA 2017. We're not allowed to do.
Thank you.
No, but that's an interesting question. So, but the employer is paying you separately for those taking therapy, right?
Yes.
So you do need to convey to them that of the 1,000 who've signed up, 20 are taking therapy.
Yes.
And the employer, I guess, will ask for some validation. HR ko bill
If
pass
they do
karna
ask for validation, there's a protocol, which is again defined in the laws. So let's say the employer says, I want to know who are taking. I'm going to go to those employees. We are going to get their written consent to say that your employer wants the name. Are you okay for us to give the name or not? And then we take that approval from them, and only then we can get back to the employer.
I'm so sorry. I will have to cut you short. So sorry. We need to be on track. Cool. Kanika, you want to take that offline later?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. Next up, we have Jai Bharati from Movo Mobility.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the world of Movo Fleet, where we are trying to redefine the urban mobility. To introduce, I am a motorcyclist by passion, and I've ridden more than 1 lakh kilometers across Southeast Asia, and also done 11,000 miles across the United States. While I'm on the road, one thing which I always observed is a stark imbalance in gender. And when I looked deeper into it, roughly about 5 years ago, I was on a trip from India to Vietnam, and around the same time, February. And during that trip, this is a picture which put me to a stop. Like, it made me think that when women in Thailand who are in their mid-40s can happily work as bike taxi operators, why is it not happening back in our own home country? And the next 10,000 kilometers, I kept thinking about it. And the scenario is the same. Like, if we socio-culturally both are similar countries, but if it comes to numbers, the women in mobility workforce in India is less than 2%. And this is when we talk only about the 4 million platform workforce, just for the last mile commute and delivery. We are not even targeting the whole transport industry. But even there are 4 million drivers and none in the women. It's less than 2%. And urban India today faces a lot of problems, which includes struggling with last mile commute. Everybody here, I know, are hassled with booking one ride to get from one point to another. We also prefer, India as a country is heavily dependent on last mile commute for even to connect with the public transport. And we depend a lot on preferred and shared mobility. And in the end, what happens is here is a case of Pratima, who's a professor in a college, but she's just tired of booking it on the apps. And she ends up saying, neighborhood auto wala, can you please and pick me up daily to my office and drop me back home? But what is the guarantee that he'll turn on the next week? There's no guarantee. So today is the right opportune moment to redefine the way urban mobility is considered, which can be predictable, reliable, safe, that you can send your child at the back of somebody, and also affordable. So to do this, what we have come up is to not only enroll, but also retain women in this driver's seat. And our market entry is through two-wheelers and three-wheelers, more specifically with electric vehicles, where we do this by getting trained drivers and offering them dignified employments. Our USP is pretty simple. We are doing a merger of fixed and dynamic kind of services through which, we are able to draw a revenue share of like a margin of 5 to 25% on the driver earnings. Typically today, my driver is already earning 20,000 rupees per month, of which I am already making 20%, but of course, most of it is going back into the operations until we are doing the break-even point. When it comes to fixed earnings, think about anything like a school drop, a hobby class pickup and drop, packed deliveries, packed meal deliveries. This is the new India where everybody wants to have a subscription for everything. And when it is a monthly thing, it's an easy thing for a woman to do rather than an on-demand thing. Similarly, for dynamic earnings, what we do is we partner with other existing, we won't call them competitors because everybody wants women drivers. That is where they get the dynamic earnings. And this is our projections. In year 5 is where we want to make that 20% margin as the margin in itself and not getting back into the operations. Our market size is huge. We will not even be able to cater to even 5% even if we want to. And the competitive advantages we have is more specifically a very strong community. In the next slide, I'm going to explain you how that strong community is. Next is entering the market with 2 and 3-wheelers. Today, if you look at the numbers of automobiles in India, 70% is with 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers as compared to cabs and vehicles beyond it. And when it comes to a women driver, unlike the drivers of Uber and Ola, where the skilled drivers were already there and Uber and Ola were a marketplace to just onboard and make revenue for them. But here, we lack skilled women drivers. So for them, it's easy to onboard with 2 and 3-wheelers. And it's probably after 5 years, we look at having these women running the shuttle services and probably at Taj Mahal running a tour taxi, battery operated cars kind of a thing. And more specifically, EV fleet, right now our 2-wheelers are a mix of ICE and electric vehicles. But in 3-wheelers, it's fully electric vehicles. And we are boosting it with productivity, of course. We are a very, very early, I'll just take 30 seconds maybe. We are a very, very early stage startup, less than 1 year. And in the last 6 months, we have 60+ drivers and we have already completed 75,000 trips. And the partnerships with Uber and Blue Dart tell that we are not competitors, we are collaborators. And the biggest support arm is More Social Initiatives, our not-for-profit, which we started 4 years ago, where we have targeted advocacy for 15,000+ women, build India's first motor training center for women, and offered motor trainings. And this is a super team. I have a CTO and a transport expert as well. And 5.5 CR is the initial seed fund, which we are looking for. Sorry, I ran out of time, but thank you. Any questions? There are more, but thank you. It's only one dream that I'm so happy to see today in this BSE building, to have so many women entrepreneurs or, somebody in the investor chairs and in the the jury chairs. But what India lacks is women wearing khaki, and somebody needs to step in. We are here, so we need all your support. Any questions?
Have you raised any funding as yet, or is this your first round?
This is so for More Social, we have already raised more than $300,000, more in grants and revenues. So professionally, I'm an architect for the past 15 years until I switched gears into this. And we are fairly new very early stage, and we started pitching only from the empoWer show like from last November.
So it's self-funded
This
right
is
now. So
essentially-
to get it to this level at which it's already running and you've got pilots running.
Yeah.
So you've self-funded it till here?
Bootstrapped, yes.
Bootstrapped.
We have just been selected for Upaya Social Venture Accelerator Program, and we are currently, like it is confidential, I can't say, but we have been selected and in the top finalists for 3 programs by another grant and incubator too.
Hi, thanks so much for the presentation. You're really passionate about the space that you're working in, clearly. In terms of the offering, so you said that it's by women. Is it only for women as well in terms of your customer segment?
No. So ideally, when a woman is doing the delivery job, be it with Blue Dart, and we only go with premium customers like Blue Dart and Amazon and not every delivery chain, there she's, delivering for everyone. When it comes to commute, we have women who are already doing 2-wheeler commute with Uber, where they are serving men and women. Of course, the number is going to be small. When it comes to the auto rickshaws, it's going to be a mix as well. So there is no restriction that it is a service by women for women. It is by women, but for everybody.
Okay. And if we then speak on the monetization front, so for example, tie-ups with Blue Dart and Uber, how does it work in terms of revenues for the business?
Yeah. So what happens is, for example, let us say the delivery segment like the Blue Dart or something. So they are doing a per package price, like you deliver a per package. But for the women, for them to be, because this is not seen as an aspirational job yet, but how we are dealing with it is we are giving them fixed salary every month. So irrespective of, and we tell them that for this fixed salary, you're supposed to deliver 40 parcels, 50 parcels, depending on her capability. And then we are mixing with dynamic earnings, because if someone is not able to do those deliveries in that particular time, she can still earn during doing a hobby class pickup and ride. Tomorrow, if you want to send your child, you're here taking the jury, you want to send your child for a hobby class, you'll be okay to give 3,000, 4,000, even for a short distance of 2 kilometers, as long as you know if she is a safe rider.
Okay, so what does the math work out for you? I understand you spoke about the women that are employed, but how does the math work out for you in terms of revenues?
Yeah, so whatever the driver is making, today she's already making 20,000 rupees, even in our first 6 months. So we are making 20% profit on her earnings. So end of the day, my revenue is on her earning, and it won't stay at 20,000. We are starting at a baseline of 15,000. But within 9 months, our drivers have already gone from earning 15,000 to 18,000, 18,500. And we see her life cycle of growth as 3 years, where she starts from 12,000, 15,000, and she can actually go up till 45 to 50,000.
I'm trying to understand, how does it compare to other players? So, for example, what's stopping the women from directly working with an Uber or a Blue Dart on the B2B front? And on the consumer front, there are other alternatives out there. So why would someone directly come here versus?
So first and foremost is, most of these jobs, when the tech was built in Uber or Ola, it was not built considering women would be doing these jobs. So today, most of these players, I don't want to name, everybody wants women drivers, but most of these players, the biggest problem is the men in these roles are already earning 25, 30,000. They're able to work for those. I'll just tell you a very simple example. All these apps work on a peak hour or surge kind of a factor. And for a driver to earn that 30,000, they have to do either early morning peak hour or night peak hour or lunch peak hour. Ideally, a woman can only do a lunch peak hour. She's not available early morning. She's not available in the night because she has to still do the caregiving job back at home. So that's the reason we want to combine the dynamic earning and a fixed earning. So in a typical example of a woman who's earning 20,000 with us, she's doing a school teacher pickup and drop. Morning she goes, drop the teacher at the school. She's going back to Blue Dart, which is just 1 kilometer from that school, earning the 7 hours revenue, and then going back to the school, dropping the teacher back at home, and she's back at home. So the whole idea is how can we make this 8 hours that the women is working into a fully revenue based this thing, rather than having empty rides. We'll tell you one example with whom we worked. I can't name, of course, but 60% of the rides were empty rides. So that would not work. Like she is spending 9-10 hours, but 60% of the rides are empty rides. So it doesn't really make any sense. So it's always ideal to mix it. So when the business is down, they do this. Otherwise, they have a fixed revenue.
Sorry, I missed this, but who owns the vehicle?
The women themselves own the vehicle.
Okay.
And we are also helping them. Like, for example, right now, we have women who are having ICE two-wheelers, like petrol-based two-wheelers, but we can't constantly encourage them to switch to electric two-wheelers because they can save another 1,500, 200, 2,000, even after paying the EMI for owning the electric vehicle. And we help them get these electric vehicle at a lower loan, or most of the governments are now willing to give subsidies when women want to own it for a livelihood. And
So
especially three-wheelers, the OEMs themselves are giving an extra 15% rebate if women are taking this.
Precondition is the need to have.
Jay Bharati, why would a Blue Dart or SIDS farm, which I know about from Hyderabad, come to your company versus alternatives?
Yeah. So first thing is, let us take the example of Blue Dart. They are a logistic company. For them, it is that the package is coming to their warehouse and how fast can it go from one warehouse in Bangalore to Hyderabad and how fast it is getting delivered to the customer and in what shape and preference. That's all. They are continuously doing R&D only in that. But when women want to do these kind of roles, they don't have enough R&D on how can they return women in this workforce. Globally, every organization is having a mandate of having women as their drivers, or across all the roles. And especially in the logistic industry, it is becoming a very big problem for them for not having women at the lower levels. Like at corporate level they have, but not at the player levels. That is one. Second is, the women are very good when it comes to delivering the product. They take care of the package well, there are no damages, and they are reliable. That is the biggest thing, because there are a lot of delivery companies where the male drivers unfortunately have found the loopholes of keeping the box same, but the product is missing. So Blue Dart very specifically, because we sent 2 people just to pilot and see how it works. And they came back saying that we need 500 drivers. And within 2 months, we had to give them about 25, 30 drivers, because they know that the performance of a woman when she's doing, as compared to even if she's not doing 70, even if she's doing that 50, they know that she is genuinely attempting and trying to wait for that 5 minutes and deliver the product, as against the men who will immediately say that the customer didn't pick up the phone, I'm going back. That is giving them 3 extra rides to attempt for the same delivery. Because we are giving fixed salary to the women, it doesn't matter to her. Why she doesn't have to? For her, she's thinking that I don't want to do this delivery again tomorrow. Let me wait for 5 more minutes and deliver it right now.
Fair point. Thanks so much. I'm afraid that will be the last question we can.
Yeah. Thank you.
Next up, we have Sucharita V from BBox Studios Private Limited.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. So, world's leading construction equipment manufacturing company said that if they had the solution, then they would have solved the problem in 10 minutes, which otherwise took 10 days for them to decide. And then another world's leading plastic injection module molding machinery company said that if they had the solution, then they would not have been dumping the 35 lakhs new machine that was given to the customer's place without improper unloading, with improper unloading instructions. So, and Indian Navy, which is using conventional training methods, is saying its trainees not to touch this, not to touch that in a physical simulator, but instead encouraging the trainees to try out all the failure scenarios. So what is that missing in the existing communication methods, which we are able to solve? Let's go ahead and see that. So I'm Sucharita, co-founder of BBox Studios, and we are part of IITM Incubation Cell. We started in 2017. So right now we are providing solutions for heavy and complex industries in particular, where they deal with complex processes or complex products. like, let me go ahead. So this is the industry 4.0 opportunity that we fit in, wherein the digital twin is the heart of metaverse, and collaboration is the new thing that we are talking about now. So what is the challenge right now? So when you see a 3D, this 3D is only restricted to the CAD engineers or people with high-end system access. So now the understanding when it comes to 2D and the 3D, the difference is very immense. So one is able to, if you see a picture, a video is worth 1,000 words, means an interactive 3D is worth multiple times more than that. So right now the communication way that we are having is I talk and you listen, or we have a brochure that you read, or instead a user manual, and then you have pictures that you try to understand, or it's a video which the promoter tries to showcase what he wants to showcase. And now we are bringing in a new form of communication, which is interactive 3D, wherein I can see what I want to see, and which is whatever is my blind side, I can throw light more on it, and then I can see that better. So that is a new form of communication. So the current challenges are because of the costly dedicated software, only the CAD engineers are able to use it, and you need special skill sets, which not everybody has to use the the 3D on the CAD systems. And then, the specific high-end devices. So these are some of the current ways that we are using 3D. And then, as I said already, the existing design tools are like AutoCAD and Revit and SketchUp and everything. So the solution here is the BBox 3D Plus platform. I'm not able to see the animations. It's supposed to spin. Oh. Is this PPT or PDF? Never mind, it's okay. So before that, let me show a demonstration of what we can explain here. So I scan, this is an augmented reality solution that we have given for a customer company. I'm scanning the surface here. I'm placing a real-size Cygenica machine here. And then I try to keep it smaller for my demonstration purposes.
Yeah, we can see that. Go ahead.
So I can lift the machine's arm up, down, or bucket down. And then I can, with a click of a button, I can change the accessories. And I can, the person who's doing the sales pitch will have answers for all the questions up front. And then I can even do a drive mode, wherein the cabin has got whatever controls are there inside the cabin, the same way we have that. So the chart control that exactly anything that driver's cabin. And then in case there is a tunnel that needs to be excavated or a reading that needs to be done, then I can show that the roof size now I made it 2.06. And I can showcase whatever questions that for a potential customer could have. Here I can save the logistic cost. Instead of every time transporting a machine of spending 80,000 rupees or up to a lakh, and 6 labor people to unload and load the machine, or transporting the customer to a place where this application is going on. Instead of that, I can at least reach potential customers at the first go, and then I can see if there are any possibilities to collaborate, and then we can do the next things. So this is one pain point for a customer, which is the sales and marketing challenge, the logistics challenge that he has. So like that, we work with each customer, and we have gained the expertise, wherein one could have a user training issue, how somebody could adopt to a complex machine. So, and then it could be an O&M real-time digital twin, wherein I can even see the vital parameters overlaid on the 3D twin of the machine. And then there could be parts management, like a machine like Caterpillar has got tens and thousands of parts. So there could be error in each, if they're keying in a wrong part number. So that will cost immense downtime for the customer, and the customer who is lending the machine to the user also. So these are all certain places where we really add value. in case with introducing this interactive 3D type of communication. So as I said, for Navy, the skill development, like how they are able to simulate and use the tools. Okay, so this is so what we did is with the knowledge that we gained, we tried to develop a platform wherein the users can add their own intellectual points on top of the 3D that we create. So this is the platform which is called BBox 3D Plus, wherein we will give them the low poly 3D that they have to use, which will be seamlessly loaded on any web URL itself. You don't need a VR headset or you don't need a high-end gadget to interact 3D. Here, you can just use 3D on a web interface, like how you type Google, and then you can see the 3D spinning on in front of you. And if I am the stakeholder and I'm going to give control to another stakeholder of the same product, then I can add my own points on top of this. I can make it more user-friendly, like I can give them hide certain parts, unhide certain parts. The entire 3D is under my control, which I can help my customers understand and adopt the processes and the product much better than before. So here the content owner will be the industries or the institutions or the OEMs and the BBox itself, and then any freelancers who want to sell 3D contents to the outside world. So the owners will hire BBox or any freelancers to actually work on top of this. Or because I said this is very user-friendly and you don't need special skill sets, the OEMs themselves can go like how they do a PowerPoint. They can start editing this, editing the 3D product on the platform itself. And because when I say training, there's evaluation mode also, which you can add. Each customer can have a unique 3D environment which they can be tested upon. Because we have created a 3D smart virtual heavy machines lab for IIT Madras Electrical Laboratory. So there we have done this. We have created a set of 10 experiments which will eventually go into NPTEL program, which all the students of the university will get access. And they can virtually access lab and realistically as though they're performing the experiment on a real lab. So the same concept has been taken to the Indian Navy also, which we have done. So what I'm trying to reiterate again and again is that interactive 3D has immense possibilities to a physically realistic and photorealistic and with rules-based repetitive, we can create a 3D model. That's what I'm saying. Digital twins for rules-based repetitive process, we can create 3D experiences from which users can collaborate and they can get insights and reduce the dependency on SME, because all these steps will be gamified and the SME dependency can be avoided. So as I said, yeah, we recently showcased, we were chosen to be part of G20 Education Working Group Summit. And then the last 2 days, I was part of the IDEX Expo in the Aero Show. And we have got really good traction there. A lot of companies really felt that this could be the defense manufacturing companies, they felt that this could be a real good use starting point for them to accelerate their digital transformation. So yeah, we have solved a lot of projects already. So we see that there are some competitors, and only there's one competitor who can really match up to us, but they are already acquired by another big company. They have huge investments. They are based out of US. And second, we think after 5 years of experience, we know that we are the only one who can add on top of that the another values where any content creator can customize and use it for himself and share it across others. As I said, the BBox 3D Plus platform.
Charita, I'll have to cut you
short. So yeah, that's it. So once we interact with it, we get enterprise clients, we will ask them to own the content, customize the content, and it will be SaaS-based and hosting-based, usage-based. These are our clients right now. So for whom we are working service-based, solution-based. So we will develop a product eventually platform where they can own the content, and it will be an online 3D content management platform.
I'm afraid that's all.
Yeah.
Questions, please.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. A couple of questions. One, how is it that we are creating this?
Can it be a little,
It's working now? Okay, am I audible? All right, how is it that you're creating this twin? Is it the digital twin or the 3D model? If you could elaborate on that, is there, what is the timeline to create it? How many people would be required to work on it?
For the Caterpillar example that you saw, so we are a team of less than 10 now. We have programmers who are gaming programmers. The expertise is gaming, and we have 3D artists. So once we engage with the client, what we do is we sign up an NDA and we get their CAD models first. And that will be more easier and more faster for us to develop a seamless 3D experience on any website or any other, even a tab or a mobile phone also, Android or iOS based. So first we get a CAD model, and then we perform our own processes, which will actually reduce the size of the model by 99%. So, and then we take photographs to make it more photorealistic, and that's how we achieve it.
So there's a lot of human intervention required versus like a product where it reads a CAD file and outputs.
No, right now we have not automated the process where it becomes slow size, and where we have gaming programmers who will be all the animations and everything can be inbuilt in it. And after that, end customer will be able to the interaction part. The end customer will be able to manipulate in the platform.
Got it. You also spoke about the monetization where we said you mentioned SaaS revenues. So this seems like more of a one-time, you create the model and you give it, and then until they need their next model.
Currently, that is the model.
Yeah, what are the other value additions that will be given for which they would agree to paying on a recurring basis?
So currently, this is the way we are working right now, one solution at a time. But that's what I'm trying to say. The BBox 3D Plus will be a platform wherein customers can maintain their 3D artifacts there for every product or process. It will be a standard operating procedure or emergency operating procedure. They themselves can draft that procedure with the 3D model that is available on the platform. So one could be, like I said, safety hazard related manual or troubleshooting, or they can overlay sensor values on it and they can make it as a digital twin. So there could be multiple instances of digital twin which they want to see. So these are possibilities once the 3D model of the thing is available. It's the same Caterpillar that I showed you. For that, we have done a parts management platform also. Inside parts.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You showed us a slide about your clients and partners. I take it people start work with you on a pilot basis and then go on to a commercial.
Yeah, because this is a disruptive technology. So until I show them, they are not able to understand.
Fair enough. So typically what percentage of your pilot people have gone on to a commercial? Because I saw revenues in your platform. And secondly, have you seen anybody be discontented with pilots? And I'm not trying to take away from that. I'm just trying to understand the reasons about the lack of applications or misunderstanding of applications.
Understood. So first thing is we don't have any marketing team. We sitting strategic, we are in the IITM incubation cell right now. So there are delegates who come to see whether there's any deep tech projects running there. And so once they see the demonstration, they try to give us a prototype. And most of the clients that you have seen here have gone the next step after prototype. The one thing that, yeah, Caterpillar also came back. Yeah, everybody has come back. Yeah, I think almost pretty much they're impressed with the quality, first of all, because it's very photorealistic and it is easy for any layman to even understand. If I ask my son, he can tell me the oil and gas plant standard operating procedures. He can also place a realistic plant here and he can run through the steps. So it's that game user friendly. Any other questions?
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, empoWer, and thank you, Zones.
The next two founders will be pitching virtually. One of them fell ill last evening, but so. Okay, give it up for Shivali from Green Grahi. Do we have the feed? Shivali?
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
We can, but we can't see you yet. Give us a minute.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, yep.
So my video is on, but I also can't see myself on the screen. Yeah, perfect. A very good afternoon to all of you. Extreme apologies from my side that I'm not there with you guys experiencing this excitement. But yeah, I'll definitely try my best to share what we are working on, and it's very exciting.
Yep, we can see your screen.
Yeah.
Shivali, please proceed. We can see your screen.
Yeah, but just 1 second.
Sure.
Okay. I hope you can see the full screen. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Shivali, co-founder of a circular economy company, Green Gaia, and we are on a mission to turn 4 trillion pounds of food waste back to food. So by the year 2050, we will require twice the amount of protein that we produce today. That is because of rising population and improving standards of living. 90% of the fish has already depleted, and 40% of agricultural land has already degraded. Do you think we'll be able to feed the world in this way? Well, we don't think so. Rather, we are on a collision course to not do this at all. But there is another bad news. Every year, we are wasting almost 4 trillion pounds of food, most of which goes to landfills and just sits there and pollutes the environment. But the good news is, nature has provided us with a magical insect called black soldier fly, or BSF, that can convert all the food waste back to food. And we are here to harness it. Let me show you how. So we get the food waste from a commercial food establishment like ITC, Unilever, or a retailer like Big Bazaar, or even a vegetable market. We bring that food waste to our plant. We're using our innovative and proprietary climate chambers called Climate Cube. We grow the BSF or black soldier fly on this food waste in a controlled environment. By the end of 12 days, the BSF synthesizes all the good nutrients in the form of proteins and fats and excretes out frass, which is used as an organic fertilizer. The protein and fat goes to an aqua feed company to grow fish, and organic fertilizer goes to agriculture company to grow crops. This is how we close the loop between food waste and food. India, which is our target market, sees a $16.5 billion opportunity coming from 3 distinct sectors: insect protein, insect oil, and organic fertilizer. To capture a healthy market share, our target is to set up a cumulative capacity of 3 million tons per year by 2027. This facility would help us generate 150,000 tons of protein and oil and 500,000 tons of organic fertilizer. We will sell these to leading aquaculture, pet food, and agricultural companies at commodity market prices, helping us earn a revenue of $450 million every year. Within the realm of BSF, our proprietary technology, Climate Cube, and our R&D partnerships on optimizing feedstock or the food waste provide us a unique advantage. So Climate Cube is a bioengineered system which can be vertically integrated to grow insects. Inside each Climate Cube, we can control 5 environmental factors 24/7 to provide optimal growing conditions to insects. This lets us grow our insects in an optimal environment much faster, cheaper, and better. Along with this is our R&D on utilization of different food waste, which makes us geographically and input agnostic, helping us scale faster than our competitors. So this is our team that has cross-disciplinary expertise in both education and on-field expertise. While I have 8 years of national and international experience in consulting, designing, and operating waste recycling plants, my co-founder Siddharth brings his MBA network and 7 years of family business running experience. Always guiding is our team of advisors, which include Dr. Sevgan, a leading insect specialist, Professor David Chen, CEO of Equilibrium Capital, Dr. Ebenezer, Mr. Sunil Reddy, entrepreneur from Dodla Dairy, and Mr. Pradeep Doble, an ex-ITC director. We are also incubated and supported by leading incubators and accelerators in biotech and agri space. So in the last 2 years of our journey, we have interviewed more than 250 players from animal feed, food processing, and insect industry to test our market fit for our solution. We have also designed and tested Climate Cube for raising and breeding insects and ran over 1,000 trials with different types of food waste streams, giving us a ton of expertise in optimally growing insects. Till now, we have raised $10,000 in grants and competitions and government fundings. All this support has enabled us to set up a 7,000 square feet pilot production facility in Roorkee, Uttarakhand, that would help us run commercial feed trials with some of the largest aqua feed companies on shrimp and trout. India, being the second largest aquaculture industry, still doesn't have a major BSF player. So we are seeking $500,000 to commercialize insect-based ingredients in the animal feed industry, expand our pilot facility, conduct pilot, lab trials, and build a stellar team, and finally test our operational and financial metric for commercial scale production. Last but not the least, insects may seem like a small solution to this big problem of food or food insecurity, but each ton of food waste converted to insects can prevent 5 tons of CO2 from getting into environment. So who's ready to invest in us? Or you can say future of food. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions now.
Hi, Shivali. Thank you. Just
Hello.
wanted to understand whether your process and technology needs you to sort your procured material, and B, have you thought through the challenges in the procurement of your raw stock, so to say?
Sure. Ma'am, the biggest advantage we have is that we are working with an insect which feeds on waste. So it can feed on a large variety of waste. So if you look at BSF in nature, BSF is found on landfills. So it is already naturally doing its work in food waste. But because we are running a commercial facility, we have a standard recipe which we feed to the BSF since we want a particular amount of production to happen. For that, we are getting currently food waste from food processing companies because they give us very standard and very constant food waste streams. So for example, ITC. ITC only gives us potato peels, nothing else. And it is a very clean waste stream. Similarly, we are talking to one of the fruit concentrate industry. They give us fruit waste, which is again very standard in nutrition profile and everything. So that way we are able to optimize the sourcing process. Thank you.
Yeah, Shivali, can you talk a little bit about the cost of inbound logistics, if any, of procuring the waste material and cost of processing and the price of the oil protein that you sell and the agri fertilizer as well? Can you just describe the economics of the plant you have put down?
Sure. I actually have a unit economics to show here. That would make it much easier and probably easy to understand. Yeah. So if you look at my screen, in terms of unit economics, every ton of food waste that we treat basically help us earn a revenue of 10,000 rupees per ton. And from this revenue, the COGS would be to food waste itself and the transportation cost. This comes around 1100 rupees per ton as cost. And further, including the OPEX, the two main operating expenditures that we have is energy and labor. This brings our contribution margin to 68%. In terms of what we charge our consumer or our customer is this. So every ton of food waste, we can drive almost 35 kgs of insect meal, which is used by feed industries, insect oil, which is again used by feed industries, and frass, which is used as the organic fertilizer, which can replace a typical synthetic fertilizer. And this is what we get paid for it. So for insect meal, we get 130 rupees per kg. For oil, we get 140 rupees per kg, similar to, this is very similar to crude soy oil, is similar to crude fish meal prices. And this is the frass, which is 20 rupees per kg. That is our organic fertilizer cost. Oh, sorry, sale price. So if you have any questions, I can actually further elaborate this.
No, thanks.
Thank you.
Are there others doing something similar to this?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. So if you look at the insect industry across globe, the insect industry is actually thriving in the last 5 years. It's become commercial. When you look at US, Europe, and especially Singapore and Malaysia. In India, because insects have not been part of the diet before, it has just started to come in India. And today, we are proud to say that we are among some of the companies who are very close to commercialization, but there are currently no commercial scale plants. Most of the people in India are growing BSF at a very small scale. And most of these are actually farmers who grow their own BSF and then they feed their own chicken, their own fish on their own farms. But commercial scale, there are very few players who are currently in the market.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you. So this is actually a very different industry. So I'm happy to have more questions and any doubts to clear them.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's the last question we can take, this one. Next up, we have Harshita from Miya Siesta. Thanks so much, Shivali.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Please let me know if I'm audible.
Yep.
Great, then I'll start sharing my screen. Please give me a heads up if the screen is visible.
Yep, we can see your screen.
Great, then I'll start. This is the sound parents wake up to every night, multiple times. Sleeplessness is the biggest challenge in parenthood. Parents are unrested, tired, and stressed, making the most fulfilling phase of life the most challenging one. So we decided to change it. And together with a team of experts, Miya Siesta AI was born. Good evening, everyone. I'm Harshita, founder of Miya Siesta AI, and it is my pleasure to introduce to you the revolution we are bringing in parenthood. Babies wake up 3 to 4 times every night. Now, parents get to know that a baby is awake only when the baby cries. Crying overstimulates and tires the baby. And this is why parents first spend time in calming the baby down before they can actually attend to its need. So how can technology help here? Our advanced AI solution accesses over 25 different data points and then predict if the baby will actually wake up. Once it computes that the baby is indeed going to wake up, it wakes up the right parent who is in light sleep. And all of this happens before the baby cries. And this helps babies to sleep better and parents to sleep longer. Let me explain this to you with a real life example of a Miya Siesta AI user.
In a typical night, the baby wakes up and then ultimately ends up crying to capture the parent's attention, who then come and pick up the baby to attend to its need after hearing the crying. Now the baby has cried, it's overstimulated, so the parents have to first soothe it down. And then, as you can see, it takes them about an hour to put the baby back in bed. And the baby was again up in less than 30 minutes. Now let's look at an example with Miya Siesta AI. Here you can see that we wake the parents up in the right time. The baby has not yet cried when we wake the parents up, and it takes the parent about 2 minutes to come and attend to the baby, and by the time they come and pick up the baby is still not crying. Now you might ask, how does this help the parent? As you can see over here, it takes the parent less than 30 minutes to put the baby back in bed, and the baby is well asleep, and the baby then continues to sleep for over 2 hours.
Well, it took us over 15 months to develop and refine this offering, and we have now validated it with real users with over thousands and hours of data, revealing an accuracy of 97%, a NPS of 9, and the fact that we are able to add 2 hours of sleep every night for the parents and the babies. So you must be wondering, well, not our story to tell, but we believe we are just repeating the history of Sony versus Apple iPod, and now is the right time. We live in a digital era, and if we look at the closest category to ours, the baby monitor market, our offering will disrupt baby monitoring market, replacing it. We will achieve a revenue of over $1 billion by 2030 with our presence in US, India, Europe, and China. So how do we reach there so fast? We will launch in India in this year, and we will capture 5% of India market and expand to US, capturing 1% of US market, taking us to a $3.5 million of revenue. We will then grow year on year in our market share, geographies, and partnerships. So now let me elaborate, how do we plan to achieve our year one ambitions, the $3.5 million? We have two main revenue streams. We partner with existing indoor surveillance camera providers on profit sharing, and we sell our mobile app subscriptions. We are targeting working parents in nuclear families in tier 1 cities. And last year, we ran a marketing campaign using a pseudo brand, Fresh My Days, and we were able to compute a cost of acquisition of only 7 cents. We have also done a deep dive in the ecosystem that is available to parents today and what value we bring. With all this information, we now have a very robust marketing plan to support our 2023 ambitions. We are looking at 4 main sales channels, of course, e-commerce being the first. We are in advanced stages of finalizing our partnership with a leading MNC to provide Miya Siesta as an employee benefit. And along with the digital marketing strategy, we have created a detailed local offline marketing plan focusing on the tier 1 cities of our target countries. So in a nutshell, we started in 2020. In 2021, we validated our product market fit and worked on our technology stack. Last year, we soft launched our offering and filed our technology patent. And this year, we will launch in India and then expand to US and Europe next. So here is your opportunity to be a part of this revolutionary journey. We are raising $750,000 to enable go live in US. And you can see here how these funds would be utilized. And this is the highly qualified and dedicated team behind Miya Siesta AI, coming from top universities across the globe with diverse experience from top MNCs. Our AI advisor, Anirudh Kaul, he's the man behind Seeing AI, 40 under 40 ex-NASA. Our chief technology head, Felix Schroeder, comes from the best, most innovative university in Europe, FAU. And me and my co-founder come from a diverse background of working on AI and digital health with various leading MNCs. And with this, I would like to thank you for your time and open for questions.
Hi, Harshika. Thanks for the presentation.
Hello.
In terms of the technology, so it's a camera that's basically viewing the baby, and once the baby wakes, before it's basically detecting that the baby is awake and before they start crying, notify the parent. Is that correct, or is there something more to this?
That's a very simplified way to put it from the user perspective, because from the user perspective, this is exactly what will happen. The parent will install a camera, and it's just like how we use baby monitors. The difference is with a baby monitor, it just amplifies the crying sound, and the parent comes to know that the baby is awake because the baby is crying. However, in our case, the parents would be woken up with their preferred method before the baby is crying. So when they would reach the baby, they would find the baby is awake but is not crying. Now, what happens on the technological front is a very advanced AI. There are, because babies do have a sleep pattern, but these sleep patterns are reversible. So it can happen that the baby wakes up, opens the eyes, is even moving around, but will go back to sleep, would not cry. And this is the challenge, that we had to solve, because we don't want to give a false positive, wherein we wake the parent up that the baby is awake. But in fact, this was a situation where the baby would have actually soothed itself back to sleep. And this is what our AI does. It is continuously monitoring the baby. It is looking at, and this is why I mentioned there are 25 different parameters that we continuously assess and access to then define that, yes, this instance is actually the one which will require parent intervention. And this instance is probably the one in which the baby is going to go back to sleep, and hence we don't wake the parent up.
Got it, thanks. So just building on that, is that all detected through the camera? Because I know there are other, say for example, smartwatches or rings that look at a lot more in terms of metrics before to help them understand the sleep cycle and the trend. So how do you do that visually through a camera?
So we are doing this completely visually through camera, because when we started in 2020, and this is, the pivoting that we did in the first year, it was very clear to us that if we would use, a ring or a bracelet or a sock, it would make our lives very easy, because we would be able to gather so much information about the baby. And however, our studies revealed that majority of the parents do not want a sensor attached to their baby's body. And hence we decided to take the longer path and more difficult path. But the good news is we still have the accuracy. So yeah, here we are with a camera-based solution.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, two questions.
Yeah.
How did you identify this as a problem to solve? I'm just curious. The other thing is, if I go back, I think the babies sleep through the night after about 7 months old, I think, if I remember right. I see some nods here. So if I'm a parent, I need this and they start crying loud, maybe from 2 months onwards. What would a parent do after, the life? So the life of the product seems to be, for until the baby is like 6-7 months old. Is that correct?
So let me first answer your first question. How did I conclude this as a problem to be solved? This is something which is taken for granted. We always, while we are congratulating a new parent, we joke around, yeah, sleep as much as you can now because you are going to get very less sleep later. This is something that we take for granted, that you're becoming a parent, you are going to have sleep challenges, and it's a way of life. I've been there. Yeah, I have a son, and as much as I wanted to enjoy the parenthood, the first year I was always too stressed, too tired. And this is what I realized when I spoke to a lot of parents. We never complain about sleep, but we complained about being tired, being totally exhausted during the day. And while I was speaking to parents, I realized that if we wanted to change our days, we actually had to change our nights. All this problem was rooted in the lack of sleep. Studies prove that there is increase in postpartum depression rates because of lack of sleep. There is increase in disputes in couples because of the stress that the early parenthood bring. And this stress is directly related to the sleeplessness. Coming to the duration, you are very right. Our target audience would be with us using this USP of intelligent wake up service for 3 to 12 months. So usually, lucky are the parents who are able to achieve a working sleep cycle with their kids at the age of 7 months or 8 months. Usually it averages to 11 to 13 months, and some parents even struggle till 18 months. So on an average, we are looking at 3 to 12 months of period. But this is a continuously churning market. So it's not that we get a user, the user goes away, there is another user coming in. The second thing is the way we have designed our product, although they would be using the USB only for this initial period, our product, as I mentioned, replaces baby monitors. So we provide all standard baby monitor features as well. So the two-way talk, the remote access. So if you are a baby monitor user, which you continue to use till 3, 4, 5 years of age, you're still our user till that age. I hope that answers your question.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Harshita. We seem to have one question from the audience, but jury, Priya will escort you to the VIP room to do your deliberations. Thanks. Do we still have the audience question?
Hi, is she on too? Or
yes,
is she
I'm here.
disconnected?
I'm here.
Hello. Okay, so getting back to the business of the solution, I would like to know how are you pricing it, and are you selling it through the doctors, or is this direct to customer?
Yes. So the pricing currently, there are 2 revenue streams that we have. We do a revenue sharing model with on the hardware side with indoor surveillance camera providers at a 20% revenue share. And our hardware would be priced around 4,000 rupees in India and around $80 in US. On the software side, on the mobile app, there is again a subscription model. So in India, it will be priced at 200 rupees per month, and in US, $10 per month. Also, there will be annual subscription options. So in India, it would be like 2,000 rupees per month, and in US, $110 per month. Coming to answer the second question about the doctors, we are looking at 4 major sales channels. E-commerce is one, and partnership with birthing hospital chains, gynecologists, and pediatrics is one of those channels. We are creating an ambassador program, and we are already in process of onboarding leading gynecologists and pediatricians from our target tier 1 cities into this program so that we can channel the solution to the parent via them as well. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that does. And just one follow-up question, whether this is being made here or, do you have a facility here to make this, or how is it?
So the hardware is in partnership. Yeah, so we do not manufacture the hardware. The software is developed in Germany, and we are in the process of creating operations and maintenance team in India.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks so much. Thanks, Harshita.
Thank you.
With that, we come to the end of the 10 founders that have pitched. Thanks so much, women. I mean, like, they were inspiring pitches. Thank you very much for making it here. Up next, who's up to win a few very interesting hampers? We'll ask you questions around Business Bombay. So I'm guessing everybody knows what the headquarters of the Tata Group is called. Can anybody answer that for me? Somebody from the back, somebody from the back. No, then go on. Bombay House, right. But what other place-named building did the Tata Group have its headquarters before Bombay House? It's another building in roughly the same area, and it's named after another city. No. Fort House is the offices of Tata Digital today. Yes, but no. Does anybody have another guess? We have a fantastic hamper built by a female entrepreneur, courtesy of Aspire for Her, an entrepreneur. It's called the Navsari building because the Tatas hailed from Navsari. So we are going to see that in our tour of Business Bombay tomorrow. So founders who want to sign up, the sign-up sheet is at the registration. Me doing my standard plug again. Up next, we have a very eminent keynote speaker, our chief guest for the day, Mr. Shailesh Haribhakti. Shailesh bhai, welcome. Shailesh bhai really does need no introduction, but we'll he has had a 5-decade career as a chartered accountant, and he's heading significantly large boards of organizations we've all heard of, from Blue Star to L&T Finance. I mean, it's an honor and a pleasure to have you here, and you will be covering what an entrepreneur needs to do in order to keep their business sustainable. We all really looking forward to hearing from you. Please welcome Shailesh.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's such a pleasure to be here. Although I was witness only to one presentation, I can imagine that all of them were exceptional. So I'm sure all of you have had a fantastic feast of ideas coming at you from such fertile minds. What astonishes me is that for the first time now, I believe very strongly that because of this startup energy and this innovation energy that India has, we have the chance to actually add $1 trillion of GDP in 18-month periods going forward. It's just, the acceleration is phenomenal. Our first trillion came in 50 years, the next in 12, the next in 5, and now we are going to achieve this run rate. And that's going to be thanks to perhaps some of the people in this audience and some of the people who presented. That's what gives me tremendous hope. And I love to be in the midst of youngsters like all of you. I stopped the idea of hiring anybody to work with me a long time ago, 5 years ago. Today, everybody who works with me is an entrepreneur. So we are truly, genuinely partners. And what I'm finding is that because of that entrepreneurial zeal, and these are all people between the ages of 25 and 30. Yesterday, there was a presentation in this very place by one of them using AI to create a digital public good. And I'm sure that many of the presentations today, I had a chance to look at what was presented in terms of ideas, and they all are exceptional. So what is the lens? And that's what I want to perhaps dwell on for a few minutes. What is the new lens that all of us on boards, encouraging entrepreneurship, participating in it, creating new ideas, what is the lens we need to have? The lens we need to have is the lens of sustainability. When you think of both inside out and outside in influences that our businesses generate on the wide world and the wide world generates for us. Now, if you look at it from a purely internal point of view, it is important to think about sustainability in 3 compartments on what is it that we are doing to the environment, the E part of the ESG. And that's defined largely in terms of the footprint, the carbon footprint and the GHG footprint that our businesses actually create. Becomes very critical to look at this idea, not just from an individual business's perspective, but from your entire domain and from the domains that you intersect with. Because 75 to 90% of all your emissions actually walk into your door from your supply chain. And that is something that the world is still struggling to find a solution to first get conscious about, then measure, and then find ways to actually bring it down. So the real challenge for planet Earth and for the whole of humanity is how to get to net zero for the entire planet. Because it's only when that happens that you will be in a position to make a difference to the quality of air you breathe and the cleanliness of water that you drink. Because if you want to define the outcomes from all of these lenses that you wear, these are the 2 outcomes that we need to deliver: clean air to breathe and safe, potable water to drink. If that is the case, then are offsets good enough? And I would like you all to think about, what do you do when you seek offsets? How are offsets created? You say that I have a carbon footprint of, let us say, 1,000 units. And so I'll plant enough trees to make sure that that 1,000 units of carbon that are being emitted from my business will be offset. But a tree takes 10 years to actually do the job of capturing and converting the carbon and making it safe to breathe. And therefore, it becomes absolutely essential to look at this idea from the whole planet's perspective. And what we are doing is we are searching for 7 insights which will enable the whole world to get to net zero by the furthest limit that any nation has committed to. Today, that limit is 2070, which India has committed to. So the struggle that all of us are working with is, how do we make sure that by the time the furthest out commitment is achieved, we will all be there to make sure that the net zero commitment is kept. And there are many ways to do it. We are working on that and we are researching the subject, and hopefully we'll be able to share with you in maybe a year's time what insights we have picked up from everything that we are studying and researching. I can only tell you that because of the convergence of exponential technologies and the fact that we have the capability to adopt them, as you have seen demonstrated through all the presentations that you would have witnessed, we have the technology to do it. And we have the technology to do this and reach this goal much, much earlier than 2070. It's a question of how can we realign our mindsets and our thinking and our resources and our allocations and the way that we actually run our businesses with this lens completely always on, that will make the difference. That's something that I would like all of you to think about. And then, of course, there is the S part of it, which talks about social responsibility, talks about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the G, which talks about good governance. And we have seen instances, even as recently as just a month ago, which led us to rethink all our assumptions on what is truly good governance and how can that become a vaccination against any external attempts to destabilize what we are trying to do. And so these challenges will come up. I'm very clear, and I can see this as something that will happen sooner rather than later, that in the case of sustainability, the entire mantle will pass on to womankind. And I want to make all of you aware that at the boards that that I'm participating in 8 out of 10, the chairperson of the CSR, or the Sustainability Committee, we have made sure is one of the women directors on the board. And the attempt is to make sure that there are more than one women on the boards, so that there is a choice available to lead the whole idea of sustainability. I would like to say that the mantle has actually passed on, and it is for all of us to support it. Every person must support the idea that the entire planet should get to net zero as early as we can, by just pulling in all the technologies and all the ideas and all the entrepreneurship and all the energy that we can bring to it. And in this journey, I wish all of you tremendous success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So I had a question on behalf of all the
Please,
founders
sure.
in the audience, especially on the governance point that you raised. We see so many stories in the news about startups, especially sort of larger startups having governance issues. But if you look at founders that come from a technology background, it's not their strong suit. I mean, that's probably the last thing on their mind. How do they, so when they're too young, there's too much on their plate and they don't think in terms of governance. When they're too big, it's, hey, I know my way around and I've proven the model. Why do I need to follow the book? How does one sort of navigate that path?
So I'll say it in 2 ways. One way is facetiously. What many startup founders think is that they need somebody to protect them from themselves. And that becomes an external board, and people who will actually raise the right questions in a manner that will make them see the mirror in front of them and then take corrective action. But if I share my experience in startup boards, so I joined the board of Swiggy a few months ago, and that's one of the most large footprint startups that India has witnessed. And in terms of valuations, it has grown to such a fantastic level. It is amazing to see how good governance can make a very significant difference in terms of insights that come onto the board table, decisions that are taken, allocation of resources that happen, the whole new tilt towards generating a genuine profit at the end of the day, which was a concept that somehow the startup world, because of the easy access to resources, had thought could be pushed out for longer than it was imagined. That has changed dramatically. And that is why a startup board is such an exciting place to be on. And I can share with you that in all the startup boards that I participate in, the energy, the discussion, the level of engagement is just fantastic. And that's what good governance is all about, to bring about that engaged discussion.
Thank you so much, sir. Does anybody have any questions for sir?
Thank you for that very insightful talk, sir. I just had a question in terms of the net zero that you mentioned. You know, how do we reach a net zero in a country like India, where, you know, there are so little regulations in terms of whether the water you're discharging or the carbon that you're releasing, the carbon dioxide, the measurement is not foolproof, as you may know. And so how do you see this happening in a country like India, where there is so little regulations towards our emissions?
You know, if you had asked me this question 2 years ago, I would have readily agreed with you that in India, it's hard to measure and therefore hard to reduce. But today, things have changed dramatically. The thrust came, I must admit, from more or less mandatory regulatory input, where it is now mandatory for 1,000 listed companies in our country to actually report on their business responsibility and sustainability performance. So that led to a whole lot of thinking about what is it that we can do. Let me give you one simple example. So Tata Power has a tariff for normal power, right? But if you want to prove and establish that the power that you are consuming is green, then they have a proportion of their power in the grid which they supply to you, which comes from green sources. It could be solar, wind, could be coming into the grid from any non-renewable source. So they will give you an allocation of that green power so that you can, by paying that little extra cost, be certain that your power consumption is green. So, for example, in L&T Finance, where large part of our consumption is in offices and stuff that you can't really imagine. What do you do now? You were stuck until we discovered that there's an incremental tariff for green power. And when you accessed it, it became available. So what you should take away is that you need to get focused on actions, and you need to get focused on how do we bring more green power into the grid. So again, if you see the budget this year, that is a very big allocation to evacuate green power from Ladakh to the grid. A 20,000 crore allocation has been made in this financial year. So that gives you an indication that the focus is now shifting on actions to actually make this happen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Could you please wait there for a moment? We'll have Archana Hingorani present you with the token of our appreciation.
Okay.
Archana, could you just stay on stage since your panel's next? So coming up next, we have a panel, a very interesting panel on how we can support women entrepreneurs in a much more balanced way. Moderating the panel is Deblina Majumdar. I won't take, I mean, we're doing this lean startup style. We're changing the format. I'm not introducing anybody anymore. So I'll just name everybody. Please come on stage and then introduce yourselves. Deblina Majumdar. Shinjini Kumar, Madhura Dasgupta Sinha, and Lavanya Ashok. Any mics on the stage?
Yeah. Yeah. Three of them, right? Anybody else? Oh, I think that's it. Should we try to move the chairs a little circular so that थोड़ा circle बना के Okay. Should I help you? No. Hello, everyone. I know we are reaching evening, but this will be an interesting discussion. So maybe I would just ask everyone to briefly introduce themselves, and then we can get started. We can start with you, Shinjini.
Thank you. I'm Shinjini Kumar. I have a long introduction because I've just been around for that long. I worked 30 years in financial services in India, starting with Reserve Bank of India, Bank of America, PricewaterhouseCoopers. I was very briefly CEO for Paytm's Payments Bank, and then I used to head Citi's Consumer Bank for India. I left that in 2020 to build my own startup. My startup is called My Salt, Mera Namak, and it's a fintech platform for women because we realize that money is not gender neutral. We'll talk more about it as we go along.
Lavanya Ashok, really excited to be here with everyone. Thank you for inviting me. I'm a growth stage investor with Trifecta Capital. And building Trifecta's growth equity fund is my own entrepreneurial journey. Prior to this, I was at Goldman for 13 years, about a third of my life, building their growth equity investing team in the country. And this is my Build for Bharat moment. We're a fund focused on Indian startups in the technology domain that are at growth stage. Really excited by the energy in this room and to learn more.
Hi. I'm Mathura Dasgupta-Sana, founder and CEO of Aspire for Her. Very happy to be here again. I've been a banker for 25 years, but the last 3 odd years of my life have been professionally and personally the most satisfying and fulfilling. I started Aspire for Her on Women's Day 2020. We are adding 1 million women to the workforce by 2025.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Archana Hingurani here. Like Madhura, this is my second time, so hopefully many people know what we do on this panel. I have done everything related to private equity all my life. Started in 1995 when nobody had heard about it. I today run a small science and technology fund, and I also teach private equity at the University of Pittsburgh.
Well, thank you to our brilliant panelists, and money seems to be both the topic and our common background, and I'm no exception. So I've been also working for 20 years in different disciplines of investment banking, investment management, and venture capital, impact venture capital, but I also love stories. So I've chosen storytelling as a career, storytelling with numbers as a career, and that's what I do today. And I help different organizations in looking at strategy, impact, and curriculum through this. So that's about me. So without, I think, more delay, let's get started. And I'm going to start with the entrepreneurs. Interestingly, we have entrepreneurs and investors on the panel. So we're going to talk about 2 sides of this story. So we all have seen very inspiring, brilliant women entrepreneurs who are dreaming and achieving big, right? They are on this panel, in the stage, they are in this room as well. At the same time, we look at the gross numbers, overall numbers, somewhere the numbers don't add up, right? So I was reading this HBR report, which said that the percentage of funding to women entrepreneurs, it's still less than 5%. And in India, the data I was looking at from Traction, the number is less than 3% for only women co-founded startups. And similarly, women in investment positions, right, which you represent, is again a number which is quite less. It's less than 15%, right? So, and these numbers are quite stark. On the other side, and Madhura will talk more about this, gender, parity in the workforce is again a declining statistic in India today. So I think the overall numbers and the individual stories of inspiration, somewhere there's a mismatch. So what we'll today do in this panel, because we have people from both sides of the table, we're going to talk about some of the practical things which can actually move the needle. So that's what we'll try to do. And we'll do a quick discussion of 30 minutes and then maybe open it up to any audience questions. Hope that's fine. Yeah. So I'll start with the 2 entrepreneurs on the panel first, Madhura and Shinjini. So, a lot of people believe that women, when we are entrepreneurs, we don't really have that outsized ambition, right, in terms of scale. And you are both proving it to the contrary. So let's look at aspiration itself as a starting point, right? When you looked at your journey of entrepreneurship, of scaling, did you face any challenge in how you thought about your product, your team, your own ambition? Aspire for her, the name itself, I think, tells a story. But how do you look at this? Maybe Madhura and then Shinjini.
Thank you, Debalina, for the question. And for once, I was very excited to see that I knew all the people in the panel through something or the other, right? And that's what a community really feels like. But when I started Aspire for Her, I was looking at data. And you like storytelling with data, so you know how that feels. And I saw that in terms of women's economic participation, as per the Global Gender Gap Index, India is 143rd in a list of 146 countries. I was seeing the women all around me, they were among the best and the brightest in the world. So did we really deserve to be there? I didn't feel so. When I looked a little deeper, I realized that women's workforce participation has been declining, not for just 1 or 2 or 3 years, but from 2005 onwards. And I felt terrible. I felt that this was a huge problem. Someone needs to do something about it. I felt that someone could be me, which is the reason why I started Aspire for Her. As per McKinsey, this is $1 trillion opportunity for our country. And Shailesh Bhai just mentioned the $1 trillion, and I was looking at it with a different lens. But just if we get 10% more women to work in India, and they're all educated, they're all raring to go, they're all full of ambition. If we just manage to turn on that switch, it is $1 trillion in the Indian GDP for us. So that's the size of ambition that I think we should all be having about women entrepreneurship in general.
And we are at 19% right now.
So I'm so glad that I'm here with this panel of people. And Madhura already talked scale. She started with 1 million number. Putting 1 million women back to work is a laudable ambition. To answer your question, how do we think about scale? So what pushed me and my co-founders to build this company called Salt is the fact that every woman handles money. Even traditionally in this country, I was talking to some French, colleagues yesterday, and they were talking about how because more women work in France, there is this idea that as a family, people can be handling their own money. But in India, even traditionally, even when men would earn, the household would be run by women largely. So women handle money very intuitively. But what ends up happening is that they have traditionally not created assets in their own name, but they've always created assets through savings. But those assets would typically be gold or sometimes a home, because nobody would say no to buying a home. It was a family decision. And gold, because you could keep it on your person and nobody would take it from you unless you were really unlucky to have a very scoundrel of a husband. So you would keep the gold, and if you wanted, you could take it out and give it to your sister or your mother or your sister-in-law, and really nobody would ask. So the ownership of property has been a difficult idea for most of this country. So what ended up happening now is that it so change is always very slow in the making, but when change happens, change is very fast, and then you can't even recognize it. So when I was in Paytm, if we told people that, coconut seller and will be using Paytm, people would think we were nuts, right? But it happened, right? Today, when we tell people that women will make that 200 rupees, which they save in their little closet, they will be putting it into mutual funds and they will be growing their money. They think we're nuts. But actually, that will happen because a couple of things like demographic shifts have happened. I'm sure there are women here in this room who are single daughters or two sisters. They will inherit more wealth. And the moment you inherit asset, your attitude to money shifts from being that attitude of the spender to the attitude of the asset builder. And in India, for the first time in 2020-21, financial asset creation topped physical asset creation. So you see that also the nature of India's growth, and now we are talking about a 5 trillion economy, a lot of that economy is not going to come from organized sector. It is going to come from very fragmented entrepreneurial activities. And if women are not participating in that fragmented entrepreneurial activity, then that's a real loss opportunity, because actually in this country, I don't know how many of you know this, but the percentage of women enrolled if there are 100 people that enroll for postgraduate education, 51 of them are women and 49 are men. And if 100 people enroll for STEM education, 29 of them are women, which is higher than USA, UK, and Canada. So women do study. There's a lot of drop off at early stages, but if they survive, then they do study and they get to that point. But then female workforce participation, as you said, is 19%. So that gap in between is the gap which either Madhura will put back into the workforce, or we will make them smarter and more enabled to do either their entrepreneurial activities or create wealth from home. And like Rachna is sitting there, and there is just so much of a change in the ecosystem. So many more women are now being a part of these conversations. And as I said, change is slow in the making, but it's very fast to happen. So when we think about I gave you a long prelude, but the purpose of my prelude is to say that scale in this country, when you solve a problem, scale comes with the territory. I mean, unless you decide to sell Louis Vuitton in the Oberoi Mall, which, okay, by the way, let me tell you one aside. I love this country because they open these high luxury shops, and then after some time they go back, they put lock on that thing and go, because everybody who's rich goes to Dubai and buys it and nobody else really cares. So people want a handbag, and they want a fancy looking handbag which takes a good photo and they put it on Instagram. They really don't care if it is a, Louis Vuitton. So what happens in this country is that whichever problem you'll want to solve, except some very niche things, will always have scale. So somebody was, when I entered this room, somebody was pitching this baby monitor, and somebody asked the question that it will have, a short life because a baby will only cry for whatever number of months. First of all, babies do cry longer, but the fact is that that person may have 2 babies, and then their cousins will have babies, and then there are millions of people here who are so young who are all going to have babies. So any problem you want to solve, you will have scale that will come with the territory, especially if you're building digitally, especially if you're building on top of the mobile, on top of the data, on top of the, Jam Trinity, all of that infrastructure that has got created over the last 10, 15 years. You want to create something on top of that, especially in financial services, scale comes with the territory. You can't say that you can say that I'll build a private bank, and best of luck, a lot of people will do that, because rich people will also grow equally fast. Rich people with eccentricities will grow very fast. We used to run a very prestige, very premium card in city, and I gave it to one of my very dear friends. It was a very coveted card. We used to only give 700 of them in India. After some time, she came and she said, I don't want to use this. I said, why? She said, because, the particular hotel in London in which I always stay is not on your thing. So of course, build niche businesses, but otherwise build scale. There's no in between, like there's no half-hearted.
So that's the first myth debunked. Women think scale. And I think, again, just want to recognize again the great work Rachna has been doing, even for my daughter, she's been the teacher on financial literacy as well. So thank you, Rachna. Coming back now, let's bring the investors into the conversation, Archana and Lavanya. So, you are investing in both men and women, regardless of gender. But when you look at your portfolio companies and you look at women co-founders, do you see any difference in their approach? Any difference in the way they look at their business building? Any difference at all?
That's a tough one to answer, only because I'm sorry, I'm a little older than many people in the room, and I come from a generation where, while we were very few women at that point in time, one never thought that, I'm here because I'm female or there are no other people. So actually the training and the brain wiring is very different in my head, right? So when I look at people, I'm not saying she's male or female. I'm saying what are those characteristics that are required from them to become an entrepreneur, etc. Having said that, I think there are some traits obviously that are distinctive, but it's my theory that in 2 generations this has to go away, because according to me, if you have kids that you are training to be gender neutral to each other in terms of tasks, in terms of the types of things you do, then hopefully you're not talking about these differences when you get to but we're not there as yet. So what I struggle with, more than trying to distinguish between male and female entrepreneurs and what skill sets they bring to the table, I think at that level, pretty much need to bring similar skill sets to be leaders, right? It also depends on the kind of businesses you do. Maybe, you know, more female oriented businesses, females may have a better handle of it. But other than that, I would say that there's not that much distinction. The struggle for me is not to be able to see anybody below those lines, right? You don't find as many women. I asked people, give me people. I had asked her last 2 years ago when we met, we were struggling. I said, my first attempt to find people is give me a female first. Everything else equal, I want a female. We always struggle. And so do all the teams that we're building, because every entrepreneur that I'm working with, I'm telling them, I want your male-female ratio to be better. And we struggle with all of them. So the struggle is more at those levels than to say that, you know, women are distinctly different at a leadership level. At least that's not my experience after having invested with more than 150 odd plus companies. Yeah, Lavanya.
Yeah, sure. And because we look at growth stage companies, I think by the time founders come to us, they've been through so many layers of different types of stressors, including operating stressors and financial ones, that really I haven't seen market differences in entrepreneur quality between men and women. But as I interact more informally sometimes, and as I look at even my own behavior, and as I've spent time thinking about this issue more deeply, especially after I became a mother, I do feel there are some characteristics that make women behave in certain ways and men behave in certain different ways. And I'll just talk about a few of them that sometimes bubble up that need not necessarily impact their effectiveness, but that just makes them a little distinctive. So I feel the women who pitch to me usually come very prepared with data, usually come extremely armed for a certain type of question, but often will not stretch way beyond what they think is reasonably achievable. But sometimes I will see men in the room saying, oh yeah, I can easily 10x this, right? Without necessarily a strong data-driven basis for that. And I think that might be years of conditioning. That might be the ability and the permission society has given them over time to be more risk-seeking. It may be a gender trait. It's difficult to distill and say why exactly this comes. But this is one very big distinction I've seen. But that doesn't mean that the more measured woman entrepreneur with also very big scale dreams will not deliver exceptional outcomes. Right? I think there has to be, though, a recognition on the investor side of the table of various biases we carry as we move around in the world, because not everything we do is on the basis of data. A lot of it is on the basis of a future promise. A lot of stock market valuations of new economy businesses around the world are on the basis of a future promise. It's like cash flows 50 years out discounted back to today. So there is a value to be able to paint a bigger picture and to maybe have the confidence to go execute to that, which women may have in a different way than men. But sometimes I've seen that be very visible in men. And it's just human nature to feel comforted when somebody very confidently says, I will deliver this to you, no problem. But the data suggests that women founders on average have provided better IRRs to investors. There's a BCG report that says this. And then if you go on the basis of hard data, shouldn't we as investors check the bias we have when a female founder comes to us versus a male founder comes to us, and ask both of them different types of questions to satisfy ourselves on whether someone is a backable growth stage founder or not, whether they can do now the 100 to 1,000 journey, which is really what we're trying to back. But I have seen those differences and they mark and they come up again and again. And I've been told as an investor that my style is more gentle, my style is more communal, I am good listener. But I think some of these could be good things.
So actually, Lavanya, when you said that, Veena is in the room here, I can tell you that when we used to do investor pitches, and if the guy in the room said something, the investors would look at the two of us and say, is that correct? And that's a very, very, very sensitive spot to be in, because even if it's not correct, you cannot, you have to use your best abilities to say the right thing, but also, be truthful about it. So those kind of situations, I think, are very, very prevalent when you have men and women interact in situations where you're being sort of measured as to what is the future relationship potential, especially from a long-term investment angle, etc.
Absolutely. Maybe I'll add one more thing before I pass it off. So again, this is my own example, so it's extremely personal. But when Trifecta Capital reached out to me to start this equity fund with them, the first thing I said, which now in retrospect was such a stupid thing to say, is I have no experience with fundraising. I've never done this before. I know how to invest, but if you are bringing me on board with the expectation that I will somehow magically have the ability to raise money, I just want to let you know, I've never done that. And they were like, oh, it's fine. We have confidence that we can do it. We have confidence that you can, do it with us. And then from the very first pitch, I was on the road with them. We raised our entire 1,500 crore fund. I was in almost every large investor meeting, like pitching like my life depended on it. But I had such little confidence in myself, and I was so vocal about my lack of confidence that if those guys hadn't seen me for multiple years in the ecosystem and had that belief that I could make this leap, they wouldn't have given me a seat at the table, given how I was anti-advocating for myself, right? So now that I see this behavior repeatedly, I feel it can be a self-goal unless you have so much credibility that sometimes someone else is overcompensating for you and saying, no, you can do it, even though you do not appear to feel you can. But I think now I feel like I've earned a lot more confidence, but I think sometimes you need someone else to believe if you don't feel it yourself.
I think that's very important, especially for young girls and women today, to get that confidence, that they are worth it, right? And they can do more. I think I'm very happy you mentioned the point about IRRs, because a lot of people think gender smart investing is again good, but is it really impactful? What do the numbers say, right? And getting those numbers for India, for investment funds in the country, I think would be a great way to show the change. I think the other point I want to bring back is, there's this beautiful book by Ashwath Damodaran called Narrative and Numbers. So when he spoke about the story and the numbers, right? What he said, actually, valuation is nothing but a set of numbers which are also backed by the assumption about the company, right? So in some cases, if the assumption is not big enough, even the investors probably would not really see the right value of the company. Of course, it has to be backed by data. So I'll come back to one point I think you had mentioned, Archana, when you spoke about building for women. And this is one more thing often we hear as women entrepreneurs, that a woman is building a company who might be solving for women. I want to bring the other perspective and especially start with you, Shinjini. Finance is supposed to be a non-gendered topic, right? But there's this beautiful book called Invisible Women, where the author speaks about the fact that a lot of products, the issue is that they have been designed without the perspective of women, and therefore they sometimes just don't work in some ways. Given 50% of consumers are women, maybe even more, right? And the very idea of Salt, I think, stemmed from some understanding of design like this, right? So if you could just share that, and maybe Madhura, if you could add also with how you're thinking, that would be great.
Yeah, sure. So in fact, people still ask us that question. This morning, somebody asked me that question. That so you're trying to solve for friction in investing, or you want, so our mission is to make women wealthy, make more women wealthy. So the question is, everybody wants to be wealthy. Why are you discriminating for women? And the answer is that while it is very easy to assume that finance is a non-gender subject, I mean, it is assumed that I was buying a clothes, the clothes drying thing on Amazon. And I spent 2 hours on Amazon looking for it. Every single ad for that product has a woman ironing clothes and a woman drying clothes. And I was very incensed watching it, because the idea is that that's a woman's product. Similarly, a kadai is a woman's product, and whatever. So we were told that finance is not a woman's product or a man's product. So therefore, why are you building for women? The answer is that actually finance, by trying to be gender gender blind. You are building for the consumer who is your default consumer in your mind. And if you are an industry that has been dominated by a certain gender, then you will build for a certain gender. So let me flip that example and tell you that men, for example, wouldn't typically be the child carers. Okay. Now, if there is a pair of gay men who decide to have a child through surrogacy or whatever, because that's a real scenario, they would find that products built for childcare would not necessarily work for them, because the default customer for childcare product has always been a woman, because the woman has been the caregiver. Similarly, in finance, the assumption for all financial products, actually, the fun assumption. So the favorite word in bank corridors and anybody in retail financial services is the word salaried. For whatever reason is called salaried, I don't know, it should be salaried, but anyway. And the idea is that everybody wants to go after somebody who has known and predictable cash flows. So you should do a SIP because you can do every month. You should pay a mortgage because you can do every month. You should pay now, get pension later. So everything is built on the assumption of a young and healthy individual working for a certain number of years and then becoming another person who needs to draw that wealth and live off it. Reality. My mother said this very nicely when she retired, and now I understand it because I'm closer to that age. And she said, the problem being a woman is that when you want to stay at home and take care of your children, you have to go to work. And when you actually want to go to work, you have to stay at home. So what ends up happening is that you actually get a second life because your children move away. You feel safer because you can go out. I mean, you couldn't go out at 30 and stay out late. You become much more, your personal safety becomes much less of a concern. Your life has much less constraints. Nobody asks you that many questions. Your money requirements are very different from how a man's money requirements are, not just in this country, by the way, everywhere across the world. That's not the person for whom finance products have ever been built. And therefore, when we are building products, we are thinking about these things, saying, okay, if most women, and now, of course, many men, my son studied law and decided to be a filmmaker. He works on one film project, and then he takes typically 3 to 4 months before he can find another project. And that period of time, he has no money to live on. I mean, he has my money to live on, but he doesn't have his money to live on. So he needs to build those cash flows for himself because I won't be around forever. So, the needs of people who live those lives. So many women are travel bloggers. So what are these women doing who are not part of that 19%, but who are part of that 29% STEM graduates or the postgraduates? What are they doing? They're not sitting at home and frying bhajias, right? They are actually doing things. They're doing productive things. So they have money and they want to take care of that money. How do you create wealth for those people? That's what we decided to solve for. And that's why your design thinking hat has to be very prominent in this exercise. And there are many, many examples, right, of sports shoes and cars. And like, this is very well understood by now. At least I'm very happy that it is an understood subject, but we still have faced people who ask us this question, then why build for women? By the way, we are not exclusive to women. We build for women, we sell to women. 30% of our clients are men. They come on the platform, they do transactions. It's a good thing.
Right. I think to manage time, let me ask the last question and then leave time for a couple of audience questions. So the last question, I think this is for everyone. I think for the investors, I think the question I wanted to understand is, in the investment process itself, is there any change needed? Simple things like the loan application form, does it need a signature of somebody in the family, right, who may or may not give the approval, right? Or from the equity point of view also, do you see any change required in the call for applications or in the way you're looking at due diligence? So any change in the investment process required for us to move the needle in terms of more women entrepreneurs getting the funding they need to scale? And the second question from the entrepreneurs, I think often the journey is very alone. We are very alone, right? And you talked about trust and safety, right? So how does community actually come in helping that? The investors go first. I think the investors can go first.
Sure. I think a couple of things. We need to see some changes on the investor side of the table also. So you mentioned in the numbers of women in private equity, right? I was just reading a BCG report on this topic. The good part is at entry level, that number is now 40%. So even though the whole pyramid problem has not been solved, at least at entry level, we're approaching equality, which is a very good thing. It hasn't been this positive in the last decade. And so we've seen a build up to a reasonably good number at the top part of the funnel. because it's proven that if there are women in the GP or on the investing side, 2 to 3 times more funding goes to female-led entrepreneurs and businesses. And so I think change on this side of the table will result in a lot more capital allocation to really strong ideas from more diverse founders. And I think the statistic globally may be even bleaker than, you know, Lina, the one you said. It seems like less than 2% of global capital has gone to women-funded businesses, right?
Challenge was for that reason.
Yeah. So if you think about capital as like a really important factor of production, and there's a big group of people that have systematically been underrepresented in the access to that capital, that unlock needs to happen. And I think one way is, rather than telling the entrepreneurs, you have to do something differently, I think we have to introspect and, you know, check unconscious biases, you know, do research on ideas before we choose whether to go ahead or not, if we feel that we may not have true empathy with the problem. And of course, amp up the number of women on investing teams so that, like you said, the decision makers on both sides can be more balanced in their representation.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with what you would do on the debt side, but I guess, you know, anything that helps to, you know, improve women participation of the forms can be different, obviously. But from an investor perspective, as I said, you know, trying to hire more has been my goal for the longest time. I've not been very successful. Perhaps because I'm also an entrepreneur at some levels. People see us as startups. So many women, aspiring women in financial services, don't see startups as being safe, right? So they want to be in a Citibank or whatever. Maybe that's the reason we don't find people so willingly wanting to come into an entrepreneurial setup of this nature, because, you know, you have very well established names which can give you a career fill, etc. Right? But on the investing side also, I mean, yes, we all the time, as I said, when you're looking at, assuming that we've agreed on what sectors we want to look at, we're always looking to see if we can find that woman entrepreneur. But once we've decided on those 4 or 5, then it is all about, you know, which one is best of the lot. At that point in time, that decision making doesn't say that, you know, I'm going to pick this person over because it's a female.
So you mentioned the journey being very lonely, and therefore, you know, how does a community help? And you know, as the builder of a community, and you know, on behalf of all of us who are actually seeing the ecosystem change a little bit over the past few years, I'd like to say that you know, a community actually is it motivates each other. It helps the members motivate each other. They connect with each other. They communicate with each other, and they cheerlead each other. I think that is the most powerful part of a community. And what we see is that they learn and they grow together. And suddenly they realize that the problems that I'm facing, whether it's as a female entrepreneur, whether it's as a female job seeker, job creator, investor, if everyone gets together, those problems look diminished. And the challenges look a lot more manageable. The barriers look a lot more surmountable. I think that's what we see in a community. In fact, someone you know, mentioned on one of my posts a few days ago that entrepreneury, our community of women entrepreneurs is called entrepreneury. And they asked me, you know, this is a perfectly beautiful gender neutral word, entrepreneur. Why are you mutilating it? Why do you have to make it designed for women, or why do you have to call it entrepreneury? And my answer to the person was that, yes, it is a gender neutral word, but it's not a gender neutral world. The world needs to see a mindset change. And that's the reason why we actually use our own mindset change model, with the community being at the center of it, to ensure that everyone feels motivated to aspire for more. So that's what I would leave everyone with. And thank you for the question, Devalina. And I guess we can open it up.
Yeah, I want to say add one thing. I'm sure most people watch Sridevi in English, right? That whole laddu making thing. That there's so much talent that women have. And the story of being a woman, I said this in another place, the story of being a woman is about drawing lines around yourself, Lakshman Rekhas, not one Lakshman Rekha, Rekhas all the time. So your talent is constantly allowed to be played in a certain space. That space can be narrower and narrower, and actually your life depends on how much you're able to break that. So like somebody like me grows up in a village, goes to a small school, keeps breaking. Many women just do that, but many women don't do that. Let's remember, we still live in a country where women need permission from husbands to go to work, like to continue a job and stuff like that. So to answer your question, how much is the social reality important? Yes, it is very important. How much is that social reality changing? A lot. So I always tell people that one of the unfortunate things we do is that, 10% people in this country speak English, but we think that we are the ones who run this country and we are the ones who matter. But actually step out of that bubble and start looking at women who are not living this life and see how much more they're taking upon themselves. They are running, like typically go to a village and start seeing who are the women, who are the people who have money. The men do agriculture. So the cash flows are very, very like cyclical once in a way and then very different. But women do get jobs like being a nurse, being an ASHA worker, being an Anganwadi worker, being a teacher. So all the monetizable jobs in the rural economy are for typically care economy and therefore women. And they have small amounts of money. But then they take those decisions and then they keep breaking this as a matter of fact. They don't even think about it. They don't think about it as empowerment. They just do it. And that's something that I think people like us need to learn from, and people like us need to feel emboldened by. And we need to, what you said, communities help, because women do have a very good network of, cohort. Peer behavior is very important. Nobody went and taught Instagram to anyone here. Everybody learned to use filters. So I mean, my dream is that people will learn to use salt like that. Like, yeah, I'm doing 500 rupees. You also do 500 rupees. But it takes doing. But what I'm trying to tell you is that it is important. It's not something, we don't live in a vacuum. We can't just say that, yes, it will happen by itself.
Thank you so much for those powerful insights. I think just to close, I think we'll see if you have time for a couple of questions. We'll take that. Otherwise, thank you to each one of you for sharing the perspectives, both sides of the table. Okay, 2 questions with minute and a half, and just, I think just wanted to share one thing at your story. One of our most read stories, to go back to what you said, is about a woman detective, right? She just happens to be a woman and she solved 70,000 cases, right? Very inspiring story of success. And I think, that's what each one of us probably are trying to do in different ways. Each one of you are trying to do in different ways. So I think let just the conversation continue. And I think at your story also, Shraddha is very, very passionate about this, and do look it up. Entrepreneurs in the Room. We started Your Story University to help women at different stages with just the practical outcomes and learnings they need. So just wanted to say that. Maybe take 2 questions, I think there, and maybe one more question.
Okay. Good evening, respected gatherings. It is wonderful to listen to this panel thoughts on women leadership and women empowerment. My question is to Madhura Das Gupta ma'am specifically, because I was just going through Aspire for her and the way that you are nurturing and helping women to come in entrepreneurship and developing them. So my question is very specific to know that what efforts from your organization has been taken in terms of bringing more women with disability into mainstream employment, and how do you see this as a challenge from women entrepreneurship perspective? Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks a lot for the question. In fact, we have a lot of clients who work with us to attract, recruit, and retain diverse talent. And while we talk about gender diversity as the first instance, many of them actually come back and tell us that we would also like to look at persons with disability. So that's something that we've just started working on. And we are speaking with a couple of very inspiring entrepreneurs with whom we can collaborate. And not only women, but also men with disability is something that perhaps we will look at. So because they are also equally deprived, they are marginalized, and they're underserved completely. So we'd love to do that. Love to talk more with you on this.
More questions?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for such a wonderful discussion about women. and the empowerment that we all are getting. So I would like to share a personal instance and your opinion on the same. Yesterday, I had two instances where I had an argument and one was a negotiation. And in both the situations, what I realized was that in one scenario, the person was ready to listen to a man, but not to my explanations because the person thought that I was actually lying for some reason. And in the second scenario, I had a negotiation where the man was talking for 30 minutes straight, but did not want me to speak my opinion at the front. And surprisingly, after that, I was feeling very low, of course. And I went online and I searched whether women's opinions or women's decisions are actually considered credible enough or not. And one of the research actually mentioned that 80% of the people actually feel that men's opinions and men's decisions are considered more credible than the decisions of a woman. So what would your opinion on that be, and how we can change this thought about us?
You wanted to start. No.
And this is just don't bother. Just don't bother.
Give your opinion, regardless. Each one of us do it. Million opinions will get wrong.
So let me just tell you what happened to me also, just so you won't feel alone. So at the time of this anecdote, I was an MD at Goldman Sachs. There was an associate with me in the room, and I've never been one to pull rank. And I'm generally just quite like excited and upbeat all the time. So maybe I don't appear to have as much gravitas as an MD at Goldman Sachs should. But there was a founder who repeatedly addressed everything to my associate, assuming that he was the decision maker in that room. And so I just allowed it to happen for some time. And then he said, so, are you guys interested? And then this kid is looking at me, right? He's like, whether this founder believes it or not, she is my boss. I don't want to get in trouble. And so then I said, and by the way, I am the MD in this meeting. And, maybe I can also tell you what I think. And then that founder looked at me like, wow, like that had not occurred to them at all for the last 45 minutes. But I think what I take away from this is change, like you said, doesn't happen in a hurry. There's lots of deep conditioning that goes on. And sometimes we as women exhibit it too towards other women. So I think in the short term, like everybody on this panel has said, don't feel afraid to speak your opinion. Don't feel depressed. Use it as fuel to say, I need to just shine a little brighter and burn a little harder for what I care about achieving. And sometimes I feel a sense of humor about the situation helps. Like I just jokingly told this guy, oh, by the way, I am the MD in this room and I've been doing this for 16 years. And I made my point, right? I didn't have to be like aggressive about it. I was just sort of matter of fact about it. But it does happen. It doesn't happen only to you. So you shouldn't feel alone. But that doesn't mean it's right. That doesn't mean, you should accept it. But it means that it will take longer for mindsets, like Madhura was saying, to expand to accommodate the fact that, women can be out there in public life just killing it, and men can be in the domestic sphere killing it too. But we're on that journey together.
Thank you so much.
I say that we do a lot of sessions like this. I'm honored to have some of my colleagues also here in this room. So you can speak to any of us after this. We do a lot of sessions to build confidence so that women don't feel like that. And the whole idea here is that if you have a community, then as you know, whether it is Lavanya, whether it's Shinjini, all of us have faced this. So you should not feel alone at all. And you should just attend some of our sessions so that next time when you walk into a room, nobody will dare not to listen to your opinion.
No, that doesn't happen. I've been a Citibank boss and I've gone for meetings where people have addressed my juniors. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Just laugh.
I think with that.
No, I agree with her. Ignore.
Yeah, I think it's basically we're saying you're not alone. It has happened to each one of us.
but each one of us have to kind of take it forward. So thank you so much for listening to us. And I think we are waiting for the next session. So we'll wrap it up with this, but we are here if you want to connect one-on-one and discuss more. Thank you. Thank you so much.
No, thanks so much for those insights. We were all nodding along. We've all, like Deblina said, we've all been there. Just a quick 1 second to give you all your mementos. Hemant, please, I'd like to have you on stage for that.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
While they're getting the mementos, really, I mean, an anecdote that really happened to me in Shinjini's former organization. So Bharti, in a meeting, so Bharti Gupta Ramola, the markets leader for PwC, she literally asked a man to stop talking, saying, okay, let Anisha speak. So sometimes you need a woman in the room to kind of support you. So.
Panel.
Panel with BSc ads.
Okay.
Thank you. Can I take one?
Rock my life.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Like 1 second. One selfie with BSc. Okay, come on, guys. Done, everyone's there? Yeah.
I'll begin in introducing the next speaker in the meantime. Though, I mean, literally, I mean, this is a sentence I'm saying ad nauseum. This person needs no introduction, really. Please welcome Rachna. I forget your maiden surname, Rachna Ranade. Rachna has been an inspiration for most of us who have probably never thought of ourselves as sort of retail investors. She has brought financial literacy to people who had never imagined they needed it. So, but today, I mean, being the fantastic speaker and educator she is, we've asked her to speak on her own entrepreneurship journey. What has she learned as she built a business? Rachna, really awaiting this.
Thank you. The one who asked the question while I was sitting there, I didn't have a mic, or your experience that you had. I am not only a chartered accountant, not only a teacher, not only an entrepreneur, not only a YouTube content creator, but I am a singer as well. And I've completed my Sangeet Visharad. And there was a very beautiful song, Ye Hausla Kaise Jhuke. If you have heard about that song from the movie Door. And in that, there is a verse. I think that verse is the answer to your question. If you all allow, I can sing 2 lines from that song. No one is allowed to run away. Okay. राह में कांटे बिखरे अगर उस पे तो फिर भी चलना ही है शाम छुपा दे सूरज अगर रात को एक दिन ढलना ही है रुत ये ढल जाएगी हिम्मत रंग लाएगी सुबह फिर आएगी ये हौसला कैसे झुके ये आरज़ू कैसे झुके मंजिल मुश्किल तो क्या धुंधला साहिल तो क्या तन्हा ये दिल तो क्या हो. Thank you. So if you have seen my channel, I started my YouTube journey in 2019. I started my journey as a teacher, actually, back in 2009. I completed 10 years of teaching. And that is why in 2019, I thought that rather than teaching only in a classroom which has 4 walls and which restricts my audiences, let me break all those walls and try and teach on a platform wherein I can reach out to masses. And that is where I started. I uploaded my very first video on YouTube. Believe it or not, it's a 90 minutes video on YouTube. Anyone would have watched a 90 minutes video? I don't think so, right? You did? How many of you watched that 90 minutes video? Just one in the room. Others have not dared to watch that. That is a video which I feel very good about, because till then, I always thought that only content creators like Bing Check Pooja, whose videos go viral. But that was the time when I realized that even education related channels can go viral. And my very first video that I had uploaded, the 90 minutes video, that got 25,000 views in a matter of 3 months. And today the same video has 23 million views on YouTube. So when I started my journey as initially a teacher, then a YouTube content creator, but then in the first year itself, I had realized that YouTube is a space where your income streams can never be constant. Coming from a typical middle-class Marathi family, every month when the salary gets credited, that is the happiest day in the life, right? But going out of that comfort zone and getting used to fluctuating incomes itself was a very big deal for me. And that is when I thought that rather than depending on a single source of income, ideally I should try and build some business around YouTube. That is where my entrepreneurial journey, I think I have learned a new word, let me flaunt that, solopreneur. So that is where my solopreneur journey started. Basically, a solopreneur is a person who is like the top level management, middle level management, lower level management, chai wali, jhadu wali, all in one. So that is how I started my journey in 2019 as an entrepreneur as well. I personally feel that to be a successful entrepreneur or to build a successful product, number one, you should try and identify a problem which exists. And number two, you should be sure that you have a solution to that problem. While I cleared CA in 2008, after that, as I mentioned, I was teaching. I was also associated with SEBI. And on behalf of SEBI, I've taken more than 150 sessions about financial awareness. I've taken financial awareness sessions for policemen, for CID people, for homemakers, for retired people, for school children, for college students, senior level management, middle level management, everyone. And there was one problem that I identified in all these sessions was that there is a terrible lack of awareness in the space of finance. I remember I was taking a session in one of the corporates, I won't name that, a very senior person, while I was discussing a very basic topic of what is the difference between simple interest and compound interest. A very senior person raised his hand at the end of the session and asked, Rachna, could you please let us know which bank gives us compound interest? Because I would want to keep my FD in that bank which gives me compound interest. And I said, okay, that is the level of financial literacy. That is the level of financial awareness. Basically, if you don't withdraw the interest portion, if you just redo the FD with the principal plus interest, that's where you get your compounded returns, right? And that is where I found that it is not about gender. It is not about age. It's across the board. That is the problem. But then I was wondering if I have a solution for that or not. Because I knew that there are so many people who are way too more educated than me, who are way too more experienced than me. Then why can't they be a better solution than me is what I was not able to answer in the beginning, in the primary stages of my career. I personally at that time felt that maybe they may be very experienced bankers or experienced people in the industry, but they may not be teachers. And that is where I thought that being a teacher, I have taught CA students, I've taught MBA finance students, I've taught post-graduation courses as well. For CAs, there is something called as forensic auditing. It's a post-qualification course, basically. I've taught them. I've taken sessions on financial awareness. And that is where I felt I had an edge over others. And I thought that maybe I can be a better teacher as compared to many other people who have definitely way too better knowledge than I have. And that is where I said, okay, if that is a solution, I maybe can build products around financial awareness. And that is where the idea of recording a session about personal financial management came to my mind. I recorded the very first session, personal financial management. Then I went on recording the second entire course, which is called as the basics of stock market. I was taking up a session and just asked randomly, anyone knows where is Bombay Stock Exchange? And of course, I got a lot of answers. People were like, of course, it's in Bombay. And then I asked, where is National Stock Exchange? People were like, Delhi. Why? Because it's national. So again, I said, okay, I need to come up with a course which clarifies about the basics of stock market. But then many people are like, Rachna, how did you learn about stock market? So my stock market investing journey started way back in 2006 when I was in CA final. My brother is also a chartered accountant. So when I used to be at home, my brother used to ask me, Rachna, tell me the name of, tell me the price of this stock. Iska kya bhav chal raha hai, uska kya bhav chal raha hai. That is what my brother used to ask me every single time. When I used to go out of my house and meet my boyfriend, who is now my husband, when I used to go out and meet him, he never ever asked, khana khaya, chai piya. Never. He used to ask, aaj market dekha? So I was just sandwiched outside. My boyfriend used to ask everything about stock market. In my house, it used to be my brother. So I had just two options. Either change my relations or change my liking. So I changed my liking, and that's where I started learning more and more about stock markets. Right. While I started gathering more and more knowledge about stock market since 2006 till 2008, 2 years of investing. And I thought that, oh my God, I think I know anything and everything about the stock market. If you have seen that Netflix series, Kabhi Kabhi Lagta Hai Apun Hi Bhagwan Hai, that feeling I had already gotten in 2 years. But then in 2008, when the Lehman Brothers crisis happened, and my entire portfolio was like in a mess, like Modi ji came up with a Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, I had to come up with a Swachh Portfolio Abhiyan. And I had to clean up all the nonsense stocks from my portfolio. I had to sell them off. I had to book a huge loss. And that is where my true learning about the stock market started. Since then, I started understanding what is fundamental analysis. How do you read balance sheets? How do you read P&L? How to analyze the management commentary? How to decode the Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 results that the management comes up with. And that's where my learning journey started. And I think I'm still a student of stock market. I keep on learning every single day. And what I did in the basics of stock market course is that all my learning since 2006 till 2019, almost 13 years of learnings, I bundled them up into almost a 16-hour course. And I came up with 70 concepts that a beginner must know about stock market before any person starts investing in stock market. That was the second product that I built for my business. Third one was fundamental analysis. Being a chartered accountant, I felt that yes, I knew a bit about analyzing balance sheets, analyzing P&L, cash flows, the nitty-gritties of notes to accounts. So I again tried to build a product around that. So the third product for my business, that is learning fundamental analysis, came into place. But then here I hit a roadblock because I did not know anything beyond that. I knew basics, I knew fundamental analysis. What next? I thought that this is where my business ends. Maybe I can't grow it further. Then I had to strategize something. I said, okay, if I don't know something, let me try and develop that skill. Till then, a lot of online platforms were available. I started learning technical analysis. I learned it. Then I said, okay, even just me learning it won't help. So what I did, I hired a person who is superb in technical analysis. So if I don't know it, it's okay. I learned it. I hired a person who is best at technical analysis. I learned again from that person. I gave almost a 1 year time for that. And after 1 year, when I was confident enough, I came up with another product, which is known as technical analysis, wherein the fourth product for my business came into place. And till date, I've built 7 products for my education platform, right from basics till the advanced level, which is futures and options. And the latest addition to my business product, I feel very happy and I am proud about myself for that, because all the girls out there, you should be able to say this. Because Every time we are like, मैं खुद के बारे में ही कैसे बोलूं? Why क्यों नहीं बोल सकते? अगर आपने मेहनत किया है तो किया है ना. You should be able to say that yes, I have worked really hard for that and I'm proud that I did it. So मैंने mastering money management करके I came up with this course. I came up with this course in Marathi with an intent to empower tier 2, tier 3 people who may not be that much comfortable in English, but they should also understand basic money management skills. And that's why I came up with this course in Marathi. Like our PM has come up with this mission of Har Ghar Tiranga, this year I came up with Har Ghar Investor. And how am I going to go about this? Like I recorded my first course in Marathi, I'm dubbing my English courses of money management in Tamil, Telugu, and Kannada. So the dubbing process is going on. I should be able to release this in another 2 to 3 months. So that is how I think you have to go about it. It's not necessary that you will be the master at each and every product. If you're not a master, hire someone who is a master and take that person's help and try and grow your business. That's from the revenue perspective. From the management perspective, I think you must keep time to have a check and balance of all your expenses, of all the subscriptions that you have taken for your business. Because I'm sure that when you start scaling up, people will say, this is a very good software, use it. That is a very good software. And you will keep on adding up paid subscriptions. But do you really review those? Are you really using them? If not, cancel them out. Please ensure that you are having a good check of your debtors. I know so many friends of mine who are startups, they don't even know किससे पैसा आना है. And कितने सारे लोग बोलते हैं यार क्या पता किससे पैसा है, पता ही नहीं है, शायद कब तो दिया होगा सर्विस. That's not the way to go about it. I feel you should have a very good record of your debtors. Keep them in place. Have a monthly review meeting with yourself or your business partner. And I think keeping check on both the sides, revenue side and expense side, both is really important. I am a business person who believes in the lean business model. And, Marathi, how many of you understand Marathi? If you can just, oh great. Sorry for those who don't understand Marathi. Some emotions I can convey only in my mother tongue, right? कमीत कमी शब्दात जास्तीत जास्ती अपमान करणे हे पुणेकरांचं असं मानलं जातं पुणेकरांना. I was attending this startup session and where there was a person who said that I have raised a funding of this many $1 million and the other said मेरा तो इतना $1 million है. And a guy from Pune, he was analyzing their P&Ls. Everyone was in losses and they were raising millions and millions of dollars. And this guy from Pune stands up and he says, unfortunately, I am a profitable startup. So I loved those words. And I think at least being EBITDA positive should be everyone's target as soon as possible, because burning cash is not going to help you sustain for a long period of time. Being EBITDA positive is really important. And again, I feel very happy to say this. My business has been EBITDA positive since year 1 of starting my business. So keep it as lean as possible. Try to be more and more efficient as possible. And I would just want to conclude by one more shairi, because I started with a song. It has to end with something nice again, shairi. So जब आँखों में अरमान लिया, मंजिल को अपना मान लिया. वावा तो बोले. हाँ. जब आँखों में अरमान लिया, मंजिल को अपना मान लिया, फिर मुश्किल क्या और आसान क्या, ठान लिया तो ठान लिया. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? Okay.
The investment and the stock market, whether it will go up or it will go down. Kindly share the same.
Sure. So I was at the Sandeep Maheshwari show. He had invited me at Delhi. And there was one of the person who asked me that, you talk about stock market investing and it's so very risky. How can you talk about it? So I gave fatafat examples that, be it from the Harshad Mehta scam, market crashed, and it regained in less than 2 years. Be it the dot-com bubble, the market crashed, regained in less than 2 years. Be it the Lehman Brothers crisis, crashed, again regained in less than 2 years. Be it 2020 Corona, it crashed. Here, so we came up with a new term called as V-shaped recovery. It recovered in like 6-7 months. So एक ही चीज ध्यान में रखना है लॉन्ग टर्म में. शॉर्ट टर्म में तो मार्केट रिस्की हो सकता है. लॉन्ग टर्म में एक ही चीज ध्यान में रखनी है कि इंसान हो या स्टॉक मार्केट, आखिर जाना ऊपर ही है.
Can I ask?
Yes, please.
You're so inspirational and very positive vibes. Thanks for that. Just one very simple question. What do you do to manage your personal expenses? Like, do you use a tool? How do you do that? Very simply put, personal, not business. Personal.
Yeah, personal. I think everyone these days can do GPay, right? Yeah, आजकल को ऐसे कोई बड़ा technology नहीं रहा. Everyone does GPay. I just right now, to be honest, I don't write down each and every like laundry, grocery, this, that. I don't do that. I just split it into two: necessities and luxury. I have only 2 sets of expenses for my personal thing. Whenever I do a GPay, there is a small bar, small note bar right there. I just type L luxury, या फिर N necessity. It will take less than 1 second. But at the end of the month, if you know on Google Pay, you can select this month, go to reports, this month select karo, this month space bar and whatever is the narration that you have typed. So I do this month space bar L. So I get a list of all the expenses that I've done as luxuries. And this month space bar N, I get a list of all the necessities. Simplest way to record. Earlier, my mother used to write it in diaries. Very difficult now.
We have any other, sorry.
Any other questions?
Sorry, Rachna, your talk was so captivating. I forgot my job to come and ask for questions. Okay. Any other questions? Rachna has been more than kind. She had to leave like, I think, half an hour ago. Thank you very, very much.
Thanks a lot for the patient listening. Thank you.
Please accept a token of our thanks from Hemant, MD at Zone Startups. Okay. So coming up next, a segment that at least 10 people have been waiting for very, very, very eagerly, the prize distributions. In order to announce the names of the prize winners, give us a second. In order to announce the names of the prize winners, we'd like to call on stage Hemant again. But before Hemant comes up, Hemant, you have, okay, there he is. This is the biggest secret of them all. Even I don't know who the top 3 winners are. With the founders. Yeah. Could we have all the 10 founders on stage, please? Nusrat, Sonali, Akanksha, Kanika, Jai Bharati, please come. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In the spirit of every one of you being winners, first of all, accept a memento of thanks from us for putting in your best at this event. Okay. Yes. Who's missing? Someone's missing. Who's missing?
Parini is here, Nusrat is here. Yeah. Yeah. Nusrat, your memento, thank you. Then Parini. Hmm. Jay Bharati. Then we have Sucharita. Oh, did Jay Bharati get hers? No, not yet. Okay. Sucharita. Sucharita. Guys, they've been through an extremely long journey. They at least deserve a round of applause, please. Sonali. Sonali. Kanika. I mean, these people have made it to the top 10 from 1,350 applications globally and 700 applications across India. The least they deserve is our unending thanks. And Akanksha. And Sukanya. For the other aspiring entrepreneurs in the room or the earlier stage ones, this is where we hope you will be next year.
Harshita is there, so please collect her. She's online.
Hey, Harshita.
Hello.
Should we have Priya collect your memento on your behalf?
Yes, please.
We'll send it across to you someday.
Thank you so much.
Soon enough. Once you're back from the US.
Yes.
No, no. And now I'll hand over the stage to Hemant.
Thank you. Thank you, Anisha, for doing an excellent job. Where's Netra? Okay. So Anisha and Netra have been kind of instrumental in putting this whole thing together. Sorting out the spaghetti and converting into nice long size noodles. There is Gaurav, who's at the back. Gaurav. There is Miya, Deepak. These are all people who behind the scenes have, there's Abha, Krutika, people who are behind Tushar. Tushar is the guy who made all the creatives that you see around you. These are all people who behind the scenes have been instrumental in pulling this whole thing together. There's Aparna from TiE Women. She's been there right from the beginning of the program. It's her third year, right, running for this program also. So thank you all. Thank you very much for everything that you guys have done. Now it's time for what a lot of us have been waiting for. It took the jury a little over 40 minutes to arrive at the final top winners for tonight. And I can, because I was kind of orchestrating the discussion, I can tell you that there were some very tense moments in that room. the results will actually reflect some of that tension, because at one point we were not able to judge between two of the candidates. So we actually have 4 winners, not 3. Okay. So that's, and of course, then we have the most prestigious prize that's a part of this, which is the trip to Quebec, which Nikhil is here to give that prize from the consulate. So why don't we start with Nikhil giving the, I'll keep the suspense a little longer, right? Why don't we have Nikhil giving the prize on behalf of Quebec. He'll do a quick introduction and then he'll give the prize.
Thank you, Hemant. Bonjour, namaskar, participants of the cohort, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Quebec Government Office in Mumbai represents the Quebec Ministry of International Relations and La Francophonie. Our director, Mr. Francis Paradis, is currently in Delhi, accompanying our India desk head, Mr. Jean-Philippe Dequin, who is currently in India. So therefore, today I'm here to announce the winner of the Quebec Market Access trip. One person from this cohort will get an opportunity to visit Quebec for 1 week, probably during the C2 Montreal event, where creativity, innovation, technology, and business meet. Talking about Quebec, Quebec, as you know, is the most prosperous province of Canada. Quebec is now an international renowned actor within global startup ecosystems. It is increasingly being noticed for its vitality in specialized sectors such as big data analytics and life sciences. The most important city of the province is Montreal. It is consistently ranked among the most competitive startup ecosystems in the world. So the winner of this cohort will get an opportunity to understand Montreal's startup ecosystem, which is unique because of several reasons, such as access to funding. There are 28 local investment firms, 230 investors from the Guardian Angel Network, and most important is the presence of institutional investors such as the CDPQ. Availability of talented and trained professionals. We have more than 1,500 volunteer mentors in Montreal alone, 8 universities, 13 technological colleges, 12 incubators, 2 research centers on AI to help the startups. Access to accelerators and incubators, hubs, clusters, and international events like Startup Fest, which has usually 6,000 participants from around the world. More generally, there are around 1,300 events per year of different size and format. And specifically for women, easy help from support organizations like Femessor. Quebec gives importance to certain key sectors. Agri-tech, there are about 25 agri-tech startups in Montreal that deal in microbe-based crop nutrition products, lightning solutions for agricultural industry, connected solutions for farm operation optimization, devices for monitoring aquacultural ponds, real-time monitoring and analytics system for beehives, grain storage management, etc. In cleantech, Montreal is known for waste and water management, energy efficiency, recycling technologies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, effluent measurements, etc. Fintech, there are 168 fintech startups in Montreal. Some available options are residential mortgage loan marketplace, digital marketing solutions for insurers, custodian services for cryptocurrencies, digital asset risk management platforms, API-linked payment gateway provider, trade management solutions for brokers, app-based financial product comparison platforms for individuals. Cybersecurity, some noteworthy solutions are AI-driven vulnerability management solution, real-time protection for web applications, pure play cloud, anti-spam solutions, on-premise, and cloud email security solutions. Gaming, there are 53 gaming startups in Montreal, which include mobile game and application development studios, solution providers for gamers and developers to improve their gaming experience. Logistics, there are 44 logistic tech startups in Montreal, which have a variety of options, cloud-based scheduling, delivery management, and route optimization solutions. AI-enabled automated container monitoring solutions, supply chain solutions, online relocation, package delivery services, smart lockers for parcel deliveries, and customs clearance platforms. Healthcare, there are 206 health tech startups in Montreal, some of which provide clinical and hospital management solutions. Apparel to monitor heart rate and breathing, cloud-based clinical practice management system, solutions for patient engagement and care, AI-based eye movement tracking software, motion sensing software for indoor activity recognition. So considering the startup scenario in Quebec and keeping in mind the Quebec government encourages diversity, women empowerment, and innovation in waste management and agriculture, I'm happy to announce that Miss Shivali S is the lucky one. Merci beaucoup. Dhanyawad. Thank you. Yeah.
So Shivali, on behalf of you,
You can come in.
Yes. Okay. Netra is also there.
So Shivali, congratulations on winning the 1-week market access trip to Quebec.
Oh, thank you so much. This is amazing to hear.
We'll have Priya here on your behalf, Netra on your behalf, accept the prize, and we'll get you in touch with the Quebec team directly, so we can work with them in terms of scheduling there. But a big round of applause to Shivali.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This means a lot to me and to my startup.
I don't know if you can see on the screen your boarding pass. Can you?
Yes. I can see it.
That's great. Excellent.
Thanks a lot to the entire organizing team of Zone Startups for coordinating with me in such a difficult times and still, recognizing all our efforts. I can't be less thankful. I'm really grateful for this. Thank you so much.
Sure. Congratulations. And thank you, Nikhil.
Thank you.
Thank you for your words and the prize. Can we move on to the next segment? Sure. Okay. Now for the top 3. Right, and mostly it is done bottom up, right? We'll do top down. So we'll announce the first one first. So the first one is Dr. Nusrat from Cygenica. And may I call upon Rachna to give the prize, please? Thank you so much. Come, Nusrat. I should say Dr. Nusrat. Come up. Rachna, please come up. And please give the first prize to Dr. Nusrat. She has an awesome solution on delivery of drugs directly to the nucleus. Guys, big round of applause, please. Congratulations. Okay. We have a lucky person who's getting 2 prizes today. She already won the Quebec trip. Now she also wins the second prize. Shivali gets second prize.
Thank you so
Can I
much.
ask,
Thanks a lot.
Mr. Ramaswamy, can you please?
I feel so unlucky to not be there right now. This means a lot to all of us. Thank you so much.
So Shivali, Priya is taking the prize on your behalf.
Thank you, Priya.
Shivali up. Hey, this guy, we just try to get Shivali on the screen. Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. We can see you also.
Okay. So I'm actually right now at the site. So probably this is the hard work that needs to be done. I wasn't well, but still I am on the site. I think that's how much we love our startup and our work. And thanks to all of you for recognizing this.
Okay. Thank you, Shivali. Thank you, Priya. Priya will be in touch with you. Okay. Did I mention there were 4 winners? Right. Okay. So we couldn't, the jury, I should say, it couldn't come to a decision on the 3rd persons. So we decided to have 2 people on the 3rd place. And Madhura, can I ask you to please come? Madhura and Aspire for Her Entrepreneur have been good partners of empoWer and other programs also that Zone runs. So the 2 3rd prize winners are
Any guesses? No guesses? Okay. So the winners are?
Agrimoff and Zero Cow Factory. Both of you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madhura. Congratulations. Okay. So now to heading back to you, Anisha. To close things out, we actually have an address from Dr. Mashelkar, who could not join us in person because he's not in Mumbai today. But he has sent us a short video about his thoughts on the program on women entrepreneurship and everything else related. So can we play the video now?
Good evening. First of all, I want to thank you, Anisha, for having me. This is an evening of celebration, in a way, I would say, of the new India that is emerging. First of all, I must say that I'm a great admirer of empoWer, which is India's first tech accelerator for women entrepreneurs. And it has been a fantastic journey. You have been the largest provider of mentorship, business connects, peer networks, and so on. So in a way, you're a pioneer in terms of this movement that is coming up in terms of more and more women startups, women entrepreneurship-led startups. So my heartiest congratulations. Secondly, my heartiest congratulations to the current TiE Women 2022 cohort. You are entering an exciting world full of opportunities. India is becoming a land of not just ideas, but of opportunities. Let me begin. My talk is going to be more personalized. The word that I have seen, the life that I've seen through my own window of life, my own book of life. So I begin with Indian Science Congress in year 2000. This is a big sort of meeting of scientists. Around 5,000 scientists attend this meeting. And I remember Atalji inaugurating that particular conference, and that was the first year of the new millennium. And I remember giving this new Panchashil for the new millennium. And it was child-centered education, woman-centered family, human-centered development, knowledge-centered society, and innovation-centered India. And when it came to the woman centricity, I had said there explicitly that India of the 21st century can't walk on one leg. It has to walk on two legs. It has to run on two legs. It has to jump on two legs to greater heights. But we see substantial asymmetry, unfortunately. As you can see, that talent-wise, there is nothing in which women are behind. I mean, I remember I was Chancellor of Assam University, Silchar, and there were 21 medals and awards, and all 21 of them were taken by girls. You know, it's a matter of great pride. But what happens to them afterwards? That's a big challenge. In Pune University, I remember giving a few years ago the convocation address. 90% of the medals and awards were taken by girls. But again, what happens to them? So I think I always used to say education is future, but we have to correct it. Education plus opportunity is future. And how do we create that opportunity space for women to contribute to the socio-economic and technology growth of India? That is the challenge. As we see, if you look at MSME, 20% ownership is by women entrepreneurs, not 50%, but 20%. We need to sort of go up. But you know, absolute numbers at the moment are important, but to me, the trends are very important. In what direction are we going? Are we remaining steady? Are we going down or going up? And I'm very happy to see that there is a trend that is going up. For example, 2021, the women literacy rate went up by 8.8%, which is a very good news. Secondly, if you look at NASSCOM report, for example, the women-led startups in 2014 were 8%. That has risen within 5 years to 13% in 2019. I don't have the latest figures, but that number is increasing. Then if you look at IBF report, with you find that the predictions by 2030 are there will be 30 million additional women-owned sort of enterprises. 150 million jobs will be created. So I think these are all positive directions about greater participation by women. Now, India, I'm very happy to say, I used to call it a starting up nation. I remember Saul Singer and I were on a common platform. Saul Singer, as you know, is the writer of the author of the best-selling book Startup Nation, Israel. All right, it's a great startup nation. And modestly, I had said, well, you are a startup nation, we are a starting up nation. But I can now proudly say that we are becoming a startup nation. You know, it is remarkable that until 2016-17, we used to have one unicorn per year. What happened in 2021? We had almost one unicorn per week. To be precise, 42. But almost. That's why I use the word, as scientists have to be precise, I use the word almost. That's a big change, as a matter of fact. And we must thank our Honorable Prime Minister for his great initiative on Startup Nation. Also Digital India, getting access everywhere. And there are so many other factors that are sort of responsible in terms of policy framework. So we are moving up. And within that particular space, when we are growing, how are women doing? And you will find that out of 42, only 4 were women unicorns. You know, Priyanka Gill, then there was Oksana Thakur, then Ruchi Kalra, and Ruchi Deepak, if you remember precisely, these 4. Why should they be 10%? Why can they not be 50%? Why even 60, 70%? I think that is the issue that we need to sort of discuss. Now, I want to mention specifically too, because as I said, I will tell you from my own experience. The 2 highly successful, and they are like star. One is Falguni Nair and second is Kiran Muzumdar Shaw. Both of them I have known very closely. First, Falguni Nair, she was on the board of Tata Motors when I was on the board. So we were together for almost 10 years. And I saw, she would talk to me about Nykaa passionately. But I never realized that it will be such a grand sort of success. Kiran Mazumdar Shaw, I remember TDICI was our first venture capital company that came up, you know, with the World Bank support. ICICI, Waghul, at that time, Narayan Waghul, a great visionary, he actually took the initiative. And among the startup that we funded, one of them was Kiran Mazumdar Shaw. She started in a garage with rupees 10,000. And when the IPO was done, it was oversubscribed by multiple times, and she became a billionaire, the richest woman in the country. And that was, as you know, Biocon. All right. What is the common thing that I've seen between these two women who became? I would say the first thing was purpose, perseverance, and passion. Big purpose, not only for themselves, but going beyond that, North Star, as we call it, and so on. Perseverance. They always say that it's always too early to give up. Quitters never win and winners never quit. And fail, 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 they always look at as first attempt in learning. They look at your last mistake as your best guru, so as to say. So purpose, perseverance, and passion. Second, courage, conviction, and commitment. Because when you are moving on the path from ideas to impact or mind to marketplace, that journey is a very tough one, and it requires courage and conviction and commitment. And both these ladies had that. I think there is something that we can learn from them. I think that's what it is. In my brief remarks, I like to end by giving you my wish list, so as to say. How I wish, if I were to say. I think the first is that when I look at women entrepreneurs, and particularly the startups, many of them are in fashion, in food, in hospitality, etc. But one would love to see them doing more technology stuff. In fact, deep tech is what we require. Now, there you can see that it is not only deep technology for one becoming rich, but also deep technology for making a difference to the society. In my mother's name, I have this Anjani Mashelkar Inclusive Innovation Award. And let me tell you that award is being given only for those who make high-tech work for the poor. Because making high technology work for the rich is very easy. Making low technology work for the poor is very easy. Making high technology work for the poor is very difficult. So I will just tell you about, and this has been now 12 years, basically, and we don't give the award to best practice. We give the award to next practice. I'm not a great believer in best practice because you're copying somebody's. I want our Indian startups, our Indian boys and girls to create next practice, which becomes the best practice for others. All right. Now, one of them went to Rahul Rastogi and Neha Rastogi. They were co-founders. And what did they do? For example, I have it here. Normally, if you want to take ECG, you will go lie down, there will be 12 leads, a nurse will come, take half an hour, paper reading, and then you get this thing. What they did was a pocket-sized ECG. You see it here. This is called Sanket, okay? And how does it work? You have this here, you put your 2 fingers for 15 seconds. Here is a sensor that you put around your heart. This is your heart, 15 seconds, 15 seconds. All right. And within 3 minutes, the accurate ECG goes. They are today in 8 countries. They already sold 250,000 of such devices. All right. Now, that came from the fact that they saw people sort of suffering. In fact, Rahul Rastogi's father had to be taken in the middle of the night to a few kilometers to the hospital, etc. They said, what about villagers? If an old woman gets a pain in the heart, she has to be put in a bullock cart or a motorcycle or a jeep and taken a few kilometers away. Why can't she just do this? like an advanced amount and do that. I'm giving this as an example, and you can see many such things. So can we do that? And it is not just doing charity, by the way. They are doing great business. So this is doing well and doing good. But more importantly, doing well by doing good, because you're doing good to the society. And there is a high tech involved. You know, Geogenext, my son Amay Mashilkar, some of you might know, he hates that. And it's a corporate accelerator, as you know. And I've been sitting on the jury. He gets me for the jury. I don't know much about it, but somehow or the other he gets me there. And I remember two girls. One was Gore, Bharat Agri. It was in Agri Day. And she is a huge success today. Look at Manisha Raisingil, the Logines, for example, which is again data analytics for logistics industry. She has been a huge success. So we are seeing examples like this. The question is, can we have more of it? That's the first part. The second part is, of course, the gender imbalance in terms of the entrepreneur ecosystem, and particularly with regard to funding. And I'm a bit challenged because I feel that women do have this challenge of systemic obstacles, social issues in fundraising. And if you see the ecosystem, of course, it is largely boys club, as they call it. But being boys club does not prevent them, as a matter of fact, to just go based on merit and sort of create equal opportunity for women entrepreneurs. That's very important. But I'm also seeing that we have, I remember, again, I'm talking personal experience, Ankita Vashish, for example. You know, she created that Stronger Ventures. I saw her 10 years ago as a young girl, basically, very passionately involved for a venture capital fund for women. And today you can see where she is. Can we have more Ankitas of this world? Can we have more Anu Duggals of this world, for example, you know, and so on and so forth. I think inclusion has to come in sort of on all forms. I think that is very, very important. I end by once again saying that it is not just manpower, it is woman power, which is going to power India into this century. And as I said, India has become a great startup nation. There is a lot of good news. Among the the unicorns that have come up, I did an analysis. I asked Amay, my son, to do an analysis. Its team did an analysis. Do you know the good news? The good news is, I thought they will be all from IITs, IIMs, etc. No, 50% of them come from Tier 3 cities, from Tier 2 cities. That is democratization of wealth creation, so as to say. So if this is happening, you know, you can just imagine the new India, the young India, where talent, technology, and trust, basically, if we put together and trust the women entrepreneurs to contribute and create a fair playing ground for them, where will India be? So thank you again. Have a great evening of celebration. I wish I was personally there with you, but I've done the second best by being virtually with you. Thank you.
I would request all the like the startup who has won, please be on the stage. We need to take one more picture. So,
One
Nusrat,
picture, please.
please. And can we do it fast? Hemant sir, are you around?
He's right.
Yes.
In the meantime, all those of you who signed up for the open mic, start lining up in this order. Chetsi Ahuja, is she here? Okay. Bhumi Chitalia. Winners, please on stage for your photo op. Till then, I'll call the Bhumi Chitalia, Mehek Pundir, Vaishali Gavde, Aditi Khot, Pooja Singh, Palak Mantri, Sneha Vasudev. If you can come and sit at the sofas in the order in which I've called your names. I'm happy to repeat it if you need it. No, just the winners with
Just the winners, that's all.
with Hemant, right? Who's Bhumi Chitalia? Bhumi goes first. Photo with whom? With Hemant? Hemant, sorry, you're needed on stage. Picture with the winners.
Nahi chalega.
Please come to the center of the stage.
Or brought mine. Thank you so much. Yeah. So now we have Mr. Deepak Shah, who would be hosting our open pitch session. Please, Deepak, over to you.
Thanks, Priya. So this is a pitch which will not guarantee any funding, nor there are any prize monies, but you get an opportunity to disclose your idea or talk about your business to the larger crowd. So I'll call out names. Every entrepreneur gets 2 minutes. There's not going to be a PPT presentation. It's an elevator pitch. You pitch your idea to the world for 2 minutes. Sure.
Hello, everyone. Yeah. So the one who are pitching for the open mic, I would like them to know we are just preparing you for the elevator pitch that we usually do and which you can see on our YouTube page and which is very quite trending these days. So we are just preparing you for the same. You might be the next one who